Yo, what's up? What's up? Give me one moment here. You send out links and such and saying that I'm actually live or some shit. You know, basic stuff. Hang on. Okay. What's up? Oops. And there we go. All right. So, uh, hmm. What's up? What's up? Oof. So, I was gonna give us a bit. Ooh, already 6 so far. Okay, maybe it's worth it. I don't know. I was wondering, should I like wait like a couple minutes, see how many people show up before I get into all the hard hitting, political coverage, or just start right away, because like in the meanwhile, I can just like I don't know, fucking just do background Balatro and such until more people show up. What do you all think? Ugh. Hmm? Hang on. I mean, at least the music's nice, right? You don't really care. Sheesh. Flip a coin. All right, do a coin flip then. Coin flip, and if we wait 20 minutes or not. I didn't call it. Okay, okay. I'm gonna do like Anton Sugar. Okay, okay, okay. Tails. Wait. Heads. Go. All right. Flip. Ah, it's his heads. Okay, we're going. All right, let me turn this music off then. Womp womp. It's fine. Okay. Yeah. What's up, guys? What's up? Today's Friday. It's Valentine's Day. You guys are all losers for watching me. I think that's cool. You want me to? That was just the menu music from Balatro. You want me to turn that up? It will just loop forever. You want that? I mean, I don't think it's copyrighted. It's some video game music. One moment here. I know we're going China mode as of late. Okay. Is that good? Should be good, I guess. For the news stuff. There we go. Let me pull that up. Actually, that's a really good video. Actually, I usually don't want to play just like random bullshit funny videos because it's not really making anything, but this is a classic though. Mute you. All right, and China mode activate.
早上好，中国！现在我有冰淇淋，
冰淇淋，
我很喜欢冰淇淋，
冰淇淋，
但是速度与激情就比冰淇淋，
冰淇淋，
速度与激情就我最喜欢。所以现在是音乐时间。1、2、3，2个礼拜。
What is he saying? What? What is? It's not a microphone. Stop, John.
2个礼拜以后，速度与激情就不要忘记，不要错过去。
That's true. He's spitting straight fucking facts right now.
非常好电影，动作非常好，差不多一样。冰淇淋再见。
Damn. What a fucking that's fucking talent right there. That's superstardom right there. You can make a Chinese TikTok advertisement seem like awesome like that. All right, what does he say? He goes, "Zhan Zhe Zhao Wo Yo Bing Jilling." I don't want to make up what he's saying or try to pretend I know what he's saying because I don't know Chinese, but he's ahead of the game though, right? He knows what's up. Nostalgia for 3 years ago, dog. That was 3 years ago. You have COVID nostalgia. I love social credit points. I want some more of those. Anyways, let's get on to the actual meat and potatoes that I love so much. Aha. Here we go. First awesome thing that happened like just now. Like just now. He had to apologize for what? For talking in Chinese and doing ice cream? That's okay. So yeah, look at this, guys. As it turns out, maybe the federal departments don't just like having a bunch of 20 something or younger unaccredited random people jump around and demand everyone to stop paying out, opinions on airships like dirigibles, zeppelins, blimps even, they're cool. I wouldn't call them efficient. I know everyone likes to talk about how you could have docked the a zeppelin on the Empire State Building, right? That's kind of an inefficient way of traveling. They're cool. Everyone got scared of the Hindenburg, but that's only because Germany didn't have the right fucking gas to put in their zeppelins, you know. But I like them. I think they're cool. I mean, you know, interesting at least. I like them in Battlefield 1. I like how they can just catch on fire and blow up in Battlefield 1 and they didn't really do anything for the team that used it. It was just a fun thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like the Goodyear blimp, okay? I like that. I like the idea of using air balloons in like warfare, like the Civil War or Napoleonic warfare where they use it just to see things, right? I like that. That's cool. I like that level in Red Dead Redemption 2 where you have to shoot people from the blimp, from the not the blimp, the hot air balloon. All right. I would not ride in a Tesla Cyber blimp though, or a Tesla Cyber Zeppelin dirigible. I wouldn't trust that. GTA 5 blimp just it's cool, but it's also really dumb to do it for more than 2 seconds until you realize it's the slowest thing on the fucking planet. Yeah. You meant Zeppelin stuck? Oh, what if we put like a really big gun on the Zeppelin? That's cool, right? Anyways, yeah. Treasury Watchdog begins audit of Musk Doge team's access to federal government's payment system. You can't see this shit. It's too fucking small. Here, I'll make it bigger. Look, see, there's Pete. Hang on, just to mention here. So Pete Hegseth went to like some NATO conference, and at that conference, everyone is wearing like a normal suit. Now, I'm not like a clothing guy. I'm not like fucking that one Twitter account, Die Workwear, right? I don't truly give a shit about how your suit wears or whatever the fuck. But but I will say, just being the one guy in this whole crowd. There's like a bigger photo actually. Let me get that for you. Hang on. Being the one guy just to stand out like a fucking idiot is embarrassing. It is. Where was it? That's not it. That one. Yes. Yeah, that's Pete Hegseth. That's all the other NATO member people, right? He's wearing clown colors and he's like proud of it. And it's like I don't think that's the case. I think his ass just didn't buy another suit. I think he just has these like Fox and Friends suits that are brightly colored because the whole show is brightly colored and overly contrasted, so your elderly parents don't like stop watching for 6 seconds. And he just has these left over, and he looks like a fucking clown. Yeah, we have such great people in government, dude. Anyways, I just want to cover this real fast. Yeah, Department Office of Inspector General. Ooh, oh no. On Friday said it was launching an audit of the security controls for the federal government's payment system after fucking the Democrats finally asked, "Hey, maybe the Doge people shouldn't be rifling through that. Hey, maybe we should do our jobs after losing really hard and giving up. Maybe we shouldn't do that, you know?" Oh god. Just in general, just listen, again, I will never not take shots at the Democrats for being feckless idiots, but this is better than nothing, right? It is. Elon Musk wants to hollow out the federal government because then it can't, regulate his and his friends' businesses and such. But hopefully, something stops him. Hopefully, maybe, possibly, in a good world, maybe, possibly, maybe, hopefully, probably not. But, but something a bit of a throwback here. Remember that video I made about the Texas, energy crisis during that winter storm? What was it, around 2021? Yeah, well, it should be noted that Texas's energy grid is like the most disgusting homunculus Frankenstein thing on the planet, right? Maybe I should reiterate some of my problems with it. So, just to show how, like, hang on, let me get this on a different tab. Just to show how, like, stupidly special these bastards think they are. So here we have the Western interconnection in North America, the continent, right? It connects, California all the way up to Nevada, Colorado, uh, Oklahoma. Not Oklahoma, that's over here. Who's this square bastard again? I always forget it. That's Colorado. That's no, that's Wyoming. That's Colorado. Fuck. Okay, that's Colorado. That's Wyoming. That's Montana. I forgot Wyoming is also a perfectly square state. Maybe we shouldn't have two perfectly square states. I don't know. Maybe it's a me problem. Not like anyone lives in Wyoming to complain though, because no one does. It even goes up to Canada. Look at this. It goes up to it probably helps Vancouver out too, right? And then we're in the middle. We have interconnections for, like, these Great Lake areas. New York, Ontario, Montreal. Even in the south, we have an interconnection. But wait, hang on, hold up. What's this? The Texas interconnection? Why does it not take up the shape of Texas? Why doesn't it take up the whole shape? Oh, sorry about the winter. Fuck you, Windows security. Why doesn't it cover over here or here or here? Why does it not do that? Oh, it's because if it's inside the state's borders, the interconnection is not subject to any federal regulation. It can be recommended things. It doesn't have to do any of them. How stupid. Anyways, so Texas's main grid operator on Thursday forecast that the state's growing demand for power could surpass its available energy supply beginning in summer 2026. Guess what's going to happen in summer 2026? It's going to be really fucking hot. It'll probably be, like every other summer beforehand, the hottest summer on record in Texas, a state that's already known to be very hot during the summer. And you know what people use when it's hot in the United States? Unlike other countries, we don't tough out the heat, right? We don't sweat a bit, maybe lose some weight doing so. No, no, no. Instead, we blast AC. And while AC can be pretty good and it's important for certain facilities, it takes a lot of energy to run AC 24/7, including the nights when it's so very hot. I believe Texas does have some nuclear reactors, but the main issue from 2021 was not just the idea that so during the winter storm from a couple of years ago, it wasn't primarily nuclear or renewables. The main problem was the natural gas plants. None of their piping systems, none of their systems were winterized, as in to be handling extremely cold weather, right? Which happened then, and a lot of the plants shut down, right? In fact, turns out some of the wind power stuff uh, was up far longer than the natural gas stuff, right? Methane gas stuff. So damn, maybe if they didn't use that, it wouldn't be a problem. But regardless, yeah, radiators. They should build things. They should spend the state of Texas should spend money to prevent that, but they won't. As for this is not going to be a condition where there's uh it's going to be really cold. Instead, it's just going to be a condition where everyone's going to be using a ton of electricity. Everyone, right? You might think, oh, well, winter makes more sense because, it's darker out sooner, so the lights are on. It's colder, so heaters are on. You're wrong. Instead, it's 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 summer. It's the AC. Trust me. That shit is always when energy demand peaks, right? Is in summer. Their grid is fucking garbage. The way you pay for power there, how in like most places when you move somewhere, you're told, okay, hello person, this is your apartment or house, and this is the power company. You will not have a choice. These are the people you're stuck with forever. Take it up with them. Not only do they usually route the power to you, but they also are the ones you pay for that generate it, right? In Texas, there's middlemen between that. There are several middlemen, and they will charge you like per hour your electricity use instead of monthly bills and such. And the big problem, if I'm remembering this correctly from when I researched that video months ago, was that like overnight when the power grid started failing and you started losing power plants and electricity, the demand of electricity was really high, but the supply was not high enough. It raised the cost per like kilowatt hour, and it made everyone's bills like astronomically fucking high. And it's like financially ruined several people, right? It was bad. Is the state gonna have a power outage? Probably. It'll have probably more likely brownouts. In a report outlining potential supply and demand over the next 5 years, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, ERCOT, said it's possible that the grid would not have enough power to meet peak demand during the summer and winter seasons. That's pretty good. That's great. But that was the most dire of scenarios. Listen, guys, you never plan for the worst, okay? Okay, listen. Okay, I'm is it Greg Abbott? I'm forgetting his fucking first name, man. Come on. Yeah, it's Greg Abbott, right? Yeah, I'm Greg Abbott. I'm Texas governor, okay? Texas is like the epic capitalist state. Business forever in Texas. And real fiscally responsible people, real responsible, pick yourself up by the bootstraps motherfuckers, okay? We never prepare for the worst. We always fly by the seat of our pants and have everything on a fucking razor's edge 24/7 to maximize profit forever, okay? That's what responsibility sounds like. Awesome. Yeah, that was the most dire circumstances they have outlined. Is it illegal to buy an RTG? Let's see. Can you buy an RTG in Texas? Uh huh. Fuck. I'm assuming no. I'm assuming the answer is no. At most, you can buy generators. Have ever played Children of a Dead Earth? I have not. Parameters in this report better represent the performance of grid resources in the dynamic nature of ERCOT grid, ERCOT said, in the report. But it's most important to note that all scenarios in this report have a certain level of uncertainty that can alter the long-term resource adequacy outcomes, and these forecasts will change over time based on a variety of factors. By the way, ERCOT over here has had just the grandest time of like having fossil fuel industry people and other cronies become part of it, right? It's not staffed by like engineers, as you might imagine. No, it's just more bureaucrats. It's just small government, guys. Listen, small governments have it's a Texas. It's just the size of fucking France. Okay, it's just a small government. You can't claim there's any inside state corruption going on. No, 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 nope. Even though in my video I listed out several examples of like ERCOT people getting fucking sacked because they just either fuck up or they make bad phone calls that get recorded. ERCOT estimates that demand for power will nearly double by 2030. Jesus fucking Christ. Largely due to population growth, more extreme weather, and the increase of large users such as crypto mines and data centers, and electrifying oil and gas operations. Son of a fucking bitch. Of course. Of course. You know what's going to be really funny? What's going to be really funny is that when the next winter storm happens and the next brownout happens, right? Um, there'll be like families who like don't have heating for their homes. They're gonna have people like medical equipment need to have running for their family members will turn off. All this stuff's gonna happen, right? And it's just gonna be because they have to actually make sure that if the grid's gonna supply anything right now when it's fucking choking to death, it's gotta be the crypto mines and the data centers that we do for AI. Okay, people need to have their website chatbots running 24/7 so they cannot use them and fuck me if there's anyone on this planet who actually uses a website AI chatbot because those people are fucking stupid. We need to have the power running so we can have your grandma make AI photos on Facebook of a crying African child making Iron Man out of Pepsi bottles, okay? That's the most important thing our society produces now. That's all America makes anymore, is those. Fuck me. The grid operator sharply increased its prediction for how much power demand will grow in the coming years after the state legislature passed a law in 2023 changing how ERCOT forecasts demand. Oh, do you want me to put the Belatra music back on? Tell me if you do. I don't know. You want to just hear me talk forever? Previously, ERCOT could only count power users that had signed connections agreements with the utility. The new law allowed ERCOT to include potential power users without a signed agreement if the utility considered the project likely to be a plug in the grid. So yeah, they're gonna like outsource power generation. Uh, what's funny is that they're gonna like sit here and they're gonna ask like the free market to help with their grid, and like the state of Texas could get enough money to just build more power plants, right? They could just do that. That's the thing that exists. They could just build new stuff. You can build things, guys. You can have the federal or the state government pay it out, but they won't. That's communism, by the way. Yeah, yeah, this is okay. Doug Lewin, an energy consultant, called ERCOT's assumptions irredeemably flawed and needlessly panic-inducing. Oh, thank you, energy consultant. You know what's bad when the fucking the energy shill says ERCOT is panic-inducing, is causing a panic. That's great. Yeah, if anything, Texas should like really emphasize solar and wind. They got plenty of that. Morons, all morons. All right. I know I just turned the music on, and I just turned the music on just now, but the next thing is gonna be a video, and I want to hear what this fucking guy has to say because I've seen bits of this. I've seen not even clips, just like the quotations but I want to see how fucking embarrassing this is, okay? Because it looked really embarrassing, and I want to subject all of you to that instead, okay? So this is a really cool news coverage of one Donald Trump and one Elon Musk.
Questions. Elon, go ahead.
Sure. So the at a high level, if you say what is the goal of Doge and I think a significant part of
Oh my fucking god! I can't. I son of a fucking bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why? Get him out of there. Get him out of there. He can't talk. Keep him out. Keep him the hell out. Like, okay, these two guys cannot be more unalike. Okay, Trump is a big showman, right? He can talk his way out of anything. Okay, he has high charisma skill, high persuasion. He can just talk fucking forever. He doesn't stop to stutter. He might stop a bit because he's getting really old now, right? But he knows how to speak. But he's not the one speaking right now. Instead, he's sitting there like a cuck in the cuck chair in the Oval Office, turning to his right and letting a man who cannot fucking speak for him. A man who stutters over everything he says and is obviously very nervous about being in the Oval Office and filmed, right? And you'd think Elon would bother to hire somebody like some the King's Speech type person to help him learn how to do public speaking better. But I think he also doesn't want to because he's very prideful. And of course, he also brought his kid with him to the White House. Why? Could Elon afford a babysitter, someone to watch over him, a nanny of some kind? Of course he could. He's the richest man on the planet. He doesn't. Why? Because Elon likes having the kid around as like a propaganda tool. Or not propaganda tool, but just look, I have my kid with me, and aren't I a great father? You can't say mean things about me. My kid's right here. You can't criticize me. Look how good of a dad I am. Sure, dog. Sure. Anyways, let's hear more of this yapping.
the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, X, we would have to.
Okay, X. Fuck. 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 Jesus fucking Christ! I'm gonna go insane. This poor fucking kid. This poor dumb kid. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I feel so bad for him. Okay, X. Okay, X. Hey, Elon. If your kid's a little chatty little boy, if he talks 24/7, don't have him at the press conference. Have him somewhere else. Fuck me, man. Jesus Christ. There should be like a daycare somewhere in the White House. Send him there. His kid is named some fucking bullshit. It's not named. He pronounces it X because what he actually named him is not what any human being can fucking pronounce. The kid's name is XAEA-12. And then it was later changed to XAEA-XII. And it was changed to conform to California law, which confines names to the 26 letters of the English alphabet. Why is he named that? Because Elon's a fucking retard. Because he's fucking stupid. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. It's borderline child abuse to name your kid that. This poor bastard has to. Maybe he has a real name, but calling your kid the letter X on television is not good. It makes you look like a freak, man. Come on. Okay, keep going.
If you sorry. So, tell you, gravitas can be difficult sometimes. If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly.
Okay, so cool thing, cool thing. So I think every state as big as the United States will have his accent right now. His accent is Discord moderator. Anyways, every nation as big as the United States, just giant federation essentially of smaller states, which are the size of countries, that controls a massive amount of like economic development, military infrastructure, and power. Just so much shit is going to have within it a bureaucracy. It's going to have people who are put in charge, usually based on some form of credential system, and then those people are going to make decisions and tell people no when you have elected in office some fucking retard like Donald Trump or someone else. That's just how it works. That's how the government works. You have to. Someone has to have a fucking degree here, and it can't be these two, right? Because Elon only has like 2 bachelorates, and what is Trump's formal education besides the School of Hard Knocks or business or whatever the fuck he says? The art of the deal is his fucking education. Trump education. What does he have? He has a bachelor's of science. That's all he has. We have 2 baccalaureates running the fucking most powerful government, most powerful country on the planet. It's definitely not what you'd call a meritocracy, that's for sure. That's what Elon's alluding to, really, is having the right people in charge. But you know, not a fan. But yeah, no, I think the United States and every other country on the planet is going to have unelected people inside of it that are going to reinterpret things. And what Elon's actually talking about right now, he's not talking about like some like guy who's an expert on like the Mississippi River in some authority somewhere in a department somewhere. Like, no, he's talking about like judges blocking Trump's executive orders on like constitutional grounds. And what he doesn't understand is that yes, those judges were appointed by presidents early on, like the one right now. I think the McConnell judge in Rhode Island was appointed by Obama. Those judges are parts of the United States checks and balance system, right? It's meant so that way the president can't just be elected and changes everything, right? Sucks to suck, Elon. Shit, it's called stability. Some of us like it, you know? God, man. Okay, keep going.
Important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public's elected representatives, the president, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large unelected bureaucracy. This is not to say that there are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy.
Oh God, listen. I think your country's bureaucracy should, in some part, definitely be autonomous, right? Because we're not always constantly electing what the fuck the government does, nor is the elected officials constantly doing that either, right? Probably thousands of big choices are made every year that doesn't involve an elected official, right? That's fine. Okay, let's keep going.
And if you looked at if you asked look at the founders today, and
God, Jesus Christ, he can't speak. He's not. What are his skills? What is he good at? What is Elon good at? What is he good at in life? I want to know. I know he's good at sexually harassing like flight attendants, right? He's not good at video games. He lied about that. He's not good at public speaking, so he can't be like, you know, a Steve Jobs, right? You know, imagine Steve Jobs giving this speech. It'd be so much better, dude. You'd be captivated. That guy knows how to speak. He's a salesman. Musk is not a salesman. He can't sell shit. All he did was just be there at the right time with the right amount of money to fund things. God, it sucks. Please look up nuke space laser. Maybe later. Elon does need an AI translator. He should just. Elon should get the Neuralink into his like gross ketamine infested brain, right? And use that to translate his thoughts out into the space, right? With like a voice coder, right? Now, of course, if he does that, he'll be like spewing out like weird, specifically South African slurs like about black people and such. But you know, he can filter those. He can filter those out. You know, he could censor himself. You know. All right.
And said, what do you think of the way things have turned out? Well, we have this unelected, fourth unconstitutional branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has, in a lot of ways, currently more power than any elected representative.
He's repeating himself.
And this is
No.
This is not something that people want, and it's not. It does not match the will of the people. So it's just something we've got to fix.
Also, like his basis for the will of the people is, did you win the election or not? Right? If you know anything about the United States Electoral College, you know that's not really what you call a popular vote. It's just not. Also, I don't want to hear what normal people want from Elon Musk. He's not a normal person, right? He's not. His life is probably the most alienated thing on the fucking planet. I could not imagine being him right now, right? He's doing this for some reason, all right? If it's to make money, sure. But I imagine he's doing this so that way he has something to, like, do with his life, right? I mean, he's solved it. He could just do nothing forever. He doesn't have to be a public face, but he wants to. Why? Because I'm pretty sure, at least for him, with his family not liking him, he needs something, you know? Trump's doing this because, you know, he's getting out of, like, any sort of criminal charges, right? He would have gone maybe to, like, rich person jail if he was the president right now, right? or if that one judge didn't decide to just let the president never have any consequences to their actions, which was a pretty crazy ruling last year. But this guy, I don't know what the fuck he wants. I don't think it's this, though. I don't think he knows. I think he at least understands that this is not a good look.
And they've also got to address the deficit. So we've got a $2 trillion deficit. And if we don't do something about this deficit, the country's going bankrupt. I mean, it's...
You will not solve the deficit. You will not balance the government checkbook if you don't touch the Department of Defense in like a major way. It's just that's just too big of a source of where our money's going. And he's not going to touch it. He's not going to really meaningfully cut into it because that would get him in trouble. And then you would find Elon Musk would probably be, you know, Elon Musk touches the DOD. The next week after that, he's found dead of suicide from 33 gunshot wounds to the back of the head. Ruled a suicide, you know? So he's not going to make up that deficit.
It's really astounding that the interest payments alone on the national debt exceed the Defense Department budget, which is shocking because we spend a lot of money on defense. But if that just keeps going, we're essentially going to bankrupt the country. So what I really want to say is, like, it's not optional for us to reduce the federal expenses. It's essential.
Is that guy leaving?
It's essential for America to remain solvent as a country, and it's essential for America to have the resources necessary to provide things to its citizens and not simply be servicing vast amounts of debt.
And also, could you mention some of the things that your team has found, some of the crazy numbers, including the woman that walked away with about 30 million,
right,
etc.?
Well, we do find it sort of rather odd that you know, there are quite a few people.
You know that meme where it's like the guy like doing the autistic rambling with his hands fidgeting and the chick's like looking at him and she's like, I should peg him tonight. Elon's the guy part of that meme, He's not. There's no girl though. It's just him autistically rambling to nobody right now. With his hands, doing stuff with his hands. He has autism. Like there's no two ways about it, right? Zero ableism involved. He just has autism, and he wants to. Yeah, he doesn't want to drop an M bomb right now. He'd love to. He feels so good about that, but he can't. What is this $30 million person they're going to talk about? How much do you want? Bet if I look into it, that person is not what they say they are. Okay.
In the bureaucracy, who have ostensibly a salary of a few $100,000, but somehow manage to accrue tens of millions of dollars in net worth while they are in that position, which is, what happened at USAID. We're just curious as to where it came from. Maybe they're very good at investing.
I hope his kid's vaccinated. Is the kid vaccinated? I hope so.
In case we should take their investment advice, perhaps.
He is like, he's walking back and forth. He's just stimming. Okay.
But
also his outfit. Let's discuss his outfit. So he has like dark pants, probably jeans of some kind. He has some gay shirt with writing on it. Listen, I'm an American. I'm not rich or anything. I don't have that much money, honestly. The idea of wearing clothing with large amounts of writing on it is like a normal to poor American thing, right? Americans love having clothing with lots of text on it explaining how epic the things we like are, Rich people do not wear these t-shirts. They don't. And if they do, they're like of a certain like high brand, I'm pretty sure this is his government tech support shirt, which he probably had custom made for him. And it's just juvenile. It's not how people with this amount of wealth act. And it's really embarrassing. He has on his epic dark gothic MAGA hat, which defeats the purpose of the MAGA hat completely. So the MAGA hat is red with white letters. The white on the red allows you to see what the letters say, and they say "Make America Great Again," right? When you make both the letters and the hat black, you can't read this shit. Right? From the screen you're seeing right now, you could not read this. You know what it says because you know who he is and who he's staying next to and such. But if this hat was just on its own and you don't know anything about Elon Musk or the MAGA hat stuff, you would have zero fucking idea. You'd have zero idea what the fuck it's saying. So that's also cool. And then the giant trench coat, the school shooter trench coat, he's got that too. And it's all black because, he has the aesthetic senses of a 13-year-old boy. Okay, I think it's all the ad hominems out of the way.
There seems to be mysteriously they get wealthy. We don't know why.
Oh my god, he's avoiding eye contact too. Fuck, I just realized that. I was looking at his gross mouth more than anything else, but in the hands. But his eyes do not want to stare on anyone.
Where does it come from?
They're always looking this direction. Oh my god, dude, come on, please.
And I think the reality is that they're getting wealthy at taxpayer expense. That's the honest truth of it. So, we're looking at, say...
Oh, God.
Well, we just... If you look at, say Treasury, for example, basic controls that should be in place, that are in place in any company, such as making sure that any given payment has a payment categorization code, that there is a comment field that describes the payment, and that if a payment is on the do not pay list, that you don't actually pay it. None of those things are true currently. So the reason that departments can't pass audits is because the payments don't have a categorization code. It's like just a massive number of blank checks just flying out the building. So you can't reconcile blank checks.
Okay, so there is a part, I know this goes on for a while, and we can't sit here all day watching this, but there's a part where his kid says something really embarrassing. He cannot hold eye contact. He cannot. He is like, this is coverage. Where's the part where the kid says something embarrassing?
Something. Okay. I'll be scrutinized.
At the White.
No, fuck off.
To among other things.
Where's the part where the kid says the thing? It was awesome. Oh, they kicked him out. They kicked him out. Where was that? It's not in this clip. Fuck you, Sky News. Hang on. One moment, real fast. I need to find this clip. It's worth it. Trust me. Let's go. Oval Office. Son, you're. Okay, never mind. I guess it didn't happen. I can't believe people went and lied in the internet. How awful. Anyways, yeah, we have
Services.
we have the the autistic gamer chud son in charge of the government. The son that won't come downstairs to eat dinner with their relatives because he's too busy playing Hearts of Iron 4. How precious. Anyways, this is another article. Judge sets 5-day deadline for Trump admin to start lifting USAID funding freeze. And I'm pretty sure it's that same judge. Who was it? A federal judge ordered yeah, it's McConnell. Federal judge has ordered President Donald Trump's administration temporarily lift a funding freeze that has shut down U.S. humanitarian aid and development work around the world, and has set a 5-day deadline for the administration to prove it's complying. This whole ordeal has been really funny. You know, it's really funny that, like, okay, maybe you heard me say this last night on the smaller stream there, but, you know, I did that video involving all the political government contract stuff and the USAID stuff. Even though if you actually look into it, USAID itself has only paid a part of Politico like $24,000, and that was some like branch out in a foreign country, right? It never paid the Politico for anything in the United States itself. All the money that the U.S. government has given Politico has been through Politico Pro subscriptions, which is just like a micro level reporting service that they do for the government, right? And I don't think every member of the federal government is omnipotent, so that kind of makes some sense. It started way before Biden. Trump's administration had that happen the entire time. So, yeah, the idea that like the feds are paying Politico to do anything was retarded. And now this USAID thing, they're like saying like, oh, it was used to help make Trump lose the election. It was used to, I mean, don't get me wrong, USAID has done bad things, usually in terms of supporting bad governments, right? But that's just what the United States does, and that's what Trump is going to still do, right? All the support he's going to give Israel and let's just other countries, yeah, probably just mainly Israel when he's going to forcefully evict every Gazan out of out of Gaza. You know, we're still going to do foreign aid. We're just going to do it through the less woke means of military stuff, right? This is my idea. Not my idea. I found it earlier, but you know, it's an idea I support, which is the United States doesn't want to stop being a global power. It just wants to be a different kind of global power, right? It doesn't want to be the singular global power that is forced to be responsible and supportive. No, it wants to be one of the global powers in a multipolar world where they can do more aggressive things towards their economic rivals, right? Not like we aren't already doing that right now, but you know what I mean, right? You know, if we were not all of a sudden required to be sympathetic towards every country's like economic issues and woes, we would be able to get away with far worse things, right? Sort of like that. Clown show. Yeah, me when I have to destroy my soft power and status as global hegemon because I'm bored. It's so fucking stupid. Meanwhile, China's Belt and Road Initiative is like securing long-term alliances and economic dependencies. What? I'm not wrong. As if. You're from that comment section. Stay mad. We'll get to that eventually, don't worry. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Under Biden. Wait, are you the same person? Is that a Kona? Never mind. You're a different person. Are you? The person I remember had a Cerno Fumo drawing profile pic. Look, I am British. Does this matter to me? What? What's going on? Someone's wilding out in the comments. What's up? But that's Konata from Lucky Stars. That's a different person. Okay. Different person. What's up? Response? No? Okay, just wilding out. That's fine. Well, wait. You expect me to respond to you? What? You go, Okay. We have fun here. Oh yeah, this shit. Yeah, so, you know, they're also coming for the Department of Education too, right? Now you can imagine, why would a country want to destroy its education system? Why would Linda McMahon, relative of Vince McMahon, the guy who owned the Wrestling Federation, or not the wrestling, not the WWF, it's WWE, Pro Wrestling. What? Yes. Congratulations. Governments are full of people who spend money on useless stuff. That's true. That will be always true. If you think the Trump administration won't do that too, you'll be surprised. But USAID, I think, has done net positives, at least in terms of helping the United States as a government, right? Like, I'm not saying you're saying that, like, we should actually, yeah, we should endlessly spam out money for every whatever foreign government's, like, I don't know, communist killing parade or whatever the fuck, right? I don't know. Anyways, yeah. Linda McMahon on Thursday sketched out how key functions of the Department of Education could be carved up to achieve President Donald Trump's goal of dismantling the agency, vowing to reorient the department while continuing some of its largest programs. At her confirmation hearing, McMahon said she would preserve core initiatives including Title I money for low-income schools, Pell Grants for low-income college students, and public service loan forgiveness. Ah, so the things that people really liked from the last couple administrations they're gonna keep. Crazy. Almost like it was like pushback or something. I don't know. She said that the Trump administration wants to do it right. She believes it would take an act of Congress to abolish the department. This is a walkback from Trump's previous mentions of saying shit like, we just gotta get rid of it. He's just said that. He just said, let's get rid of, we just get rid of education. No, not get rid of education, get rid of the Department of Education, you know? We'd like to make sure that we are presenting a plan that I think our senators could get on board with and our Congress could get on board with that would have a better functioning Department of Education, McMahon said. But closing the department certainly does require congressional action. Have them operate more efficiently. That means cut a million things here. Listen, public education is good. It's not funded enough. Why? Well, in the United States, while federal funding does still go to public schools, most public schools in the United States are funded by property taxes in the area the school is in. Now, can you imagine how having a school in a poor area that relies upon the poor area's property taxes may not be a good idea? Because you're just going to have the kids in these low-income areas go to this low-income school. The school will not be able to educate them well enough as a high-income school would with its better funding, and then those kids would then maybe not have the ability to increase their income and climb the socioeconomic ladder. And then the area is just going to stay poor forever, you know? And while, yes, there are some low-income funding for those areas, fundamentally, it's not fixing the problem. We should have different ways of funding schools, trust me. Very different ways. And yes, I agree, there are problems with the public school system in the United States, right? And I imagine in other countries too. One of the biggest problems I can imagine is that there are a lot of students and not a lot of teachers. Why? Well, teaching does not pay you that well. It doesn't. While it's hard to get fired as a teacher, at least right now, it is also not what you'd call lucrative, right? And unfortunately, you do need to pay people to do things. It's how capitalism works. So yeah, increase teacher pay, um, increase funding for schools in general. More teachers could mean that we have smaller classrooms, and I think there's plenty of information out there pointing that a smaller, more intimate classroom space is more effective at teaching kids, right? Like, okay, ever been in a situation where you're in a big group and someone's talking and you just don't care and you're zoning out, right? You're in a big group, attention spread everywhere. You could just zone out. It's easy. You can't do that like a group of 5 people, right? Or a group of 10, or even maybe even 12, right? Classrooms should be smaller. I remember when I was in school, the AP classes I went to, those were very effective classes because there was only a couple students there. That's all I'm saying. Smaller classrooms, better paid teachers that can give a fuck more, better budgets for the teachers too. Teachers usually have really shit budgets. Um, get the get everything involving fucking AI out the fuck out of schools. By the way, I don't. I feel so bad for teachers right now, dude. It must suck so fucking hard. It must suck so hard when you just know the little dipshits just give you just these chat GPT as reports and papers, and you know it was not written by them. And what are you gonna do? The due dates was today. It's real bad. Uh, yeah. As for like higher education in the United States, that's almost just straight cooked. I don't know what to do about that shit. That shit's fucking ingrained. Okay, the way college works and getting degrees works, right? I mean, in a better world, it'd be like fully merit based, and you wouldn't have to pay for it, right? It'd be a public good. You know that universities, which make a profit, by the way, if they're massive endowments, those universities are tax exempt, just giant tax exempt fucking land owning structures. Some of them are private too, by the way, but they're still tax exempt because they provide a service. And they have billions of dollars in annual endowments. It's insane. But it's the United States, and we can't even all agree on whether or not to feed the kids when they go to school for free or not, right? That's the most insane shit in the fucking planet. Any human being who will look you in the eye and say, kids shouldn't have free school lunches, they can't have. What are you talking about? They can't. That's freeloading. That's socialism. You can't argue with those people. Their brains are broken. They don't care. Yeah. Anyways, what's next? Ah, a near miss. A near miss in another episode in the airplane saga. Plane carrying Secretary of State Marco Rubio to Europe turned around because of a mechanical issue. It almost happened and it didn't. God damn it. What was Pete Buttigieg fucking doing all those years? Those 4 years he had as Department of Transportation head. What was he doing to keep the airplanes from fucking blowing up and falling out of the sky? Huh? It had to be something. Yeah, an Air Force plane carrying Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Senate Foreign Relations Committee Chairman Jim Risch, two men who no one would miss, to Germany for the Munich Security Conference, was forced to return to Washington because there was a mechanical issue on the plane. It had to do with the cockpit windshield on the C-32, a converted Boeing 757, 90 minutes after the flight took off. So that was in the fucking stratosphere. Jesus Christ. Listen, I'm not an airplane guy. I could imagine that the current like freak out over flights and military aircraft fucking up could just be like public hysteria over reported cases, but it is really funny. Okay. It's really funny. Yeah, kids should fuck off, AP, you bastards. Kids should hunt for the lunch. That's true. Kids should go out to the fields and forage for nuts and grasses to eat instead. They shouldn't be freeloaders like that. They should be glad they're getting taught with slideshows and worksheets that we get from PragerU. Prager. When I said PragerU in that and conservatives aren't pro nuclear vid, people were like, it's pronounced Prager, and it's like, I don't give a fuck. Um, One of the best ways to disrespect somebody is to not call them what they want to be called. So if Dennis wants to be called Prager, I will incorrectly call him Prager. I don't give a shit. What's the next one? Okay. All right. Given Christianity's dominance in U.S., Trump raises eyebrows of anti-Christian bias initiative. Ooh. Christianity is by far the largest faith in America, and Christian conservatives have a strong grip on the levers of government. That dominance is leaving many to question why Donald Trump's new task force uh, on eradicating anti-Christian bias is needed. The 2-year task force, chaired by Attorney General Pam Bondi. Let's just look up Pam Bondi real fast. Hello, Pam. She looks like a Fox News host. And yeah, she's some Florida. Yeah, of course she's a. Yeah, she's a full Trumpite. Never mind. Yeah, and composed of cabinet and other government representatives, is assigned to review and identify any unlawful anti-Christian actions under the Biden government, change any objectionable policies, and recommend steps to rectify past failures. Like what? Like what? Uh, a debate over victimhood. Bruce Ledowitz, a law professor in Duquesne University in Pittsburgh, criticized the mindset behind the executive order as that of a powerful group claiming victimhood. So yeah, if you don't know, in the United States, Christian conservatives in the United States might as well be their own thing. It might as well be as separated from like Protestantism as Protestantism is separated from Catholicism or Mormonism is from any other Christian like sect, right? It might as well be its own fucking thing, right? These people are quite something, all right? And conservatives have been like leaning on, mixing more and more religious stuff into the government ever since the Cold War, because in the Cold War, I think it was it Truman? Yeah, I think it was Truman who was like using Christian like language and symbolism as a means to fight a propaganda war against the Soviet Union, right? Because the Soviets were state atheists, right? Meanwhile, the United States could be like, okay, well, we're Christians. That's how we're diametrically opposed to you, And if your relatives are atheists, they might be sympathizers. Ooh, but it wasn't really until Reagan when the Republicans managed to really mobilize um, Christians into politics, right? Like fervent, uh, tongue speaking, snake holding evangelists out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Those people. And they've been a fucking hallmark ever since. And I'm not a fan, right? I think that uh, the separation of church and state is very important. I don't think we should have an anti-Christian bias task force because you know what would bring up a lot more results? An anti-Muslim bias task force or an anti-Hindu or Judaism task force. Those would bring up way more shit to rectify than an anti-Christian one. what the task force is gonna be like, okay, President Trump, so Starbucks didn't say Merry Christmas on its cups, and this random town in the middle of Wisconsin didn't have a Ten Commandments thing up during around the holidays. So yeah, that's anti-Christian bias. That's what they're gonna find. Like what the fuck is actually happening right now? How oppressed are Christians in the United States right now? Please give me any fucking example. Yeah, the opposing side, they opposed religion, they opposed God, Trump claimed, accusing the previous administration of engaging in persecution, even though Joe Biden is a mass attending Catholic and endlessly talked about, his faith and had good relations with Pope Francis. And Trump, Donald J. Trump, is probably the opposite of what you imagine a Christian to be. Just this brutish, business oriented, cutthroat, ruthless businessman and hedonistic guy. Like, yeah, sure. Uh, is this more of a Vance thing? Because JD Vance is a tradcath. Now, if you don't know what tradcath is, it's so you can be raised a Catholic and become a tradcath, but for the most part, all the tradcaths you will see online, and JD Vance is a pretty online guy, you can imagine. Tradcaths are converters, right? They usually grew up some kind of vague Protestant or an atheist, even, and they became a hardline Catholic, not because they have any sort of like specific religious motivation to do so, right? But because they saw a bunch of epic Crusader memes on Reddit, and I am not kidding. They thought that it's actually really cool that we have a religion that could be historically linked to fighting Muslims and pagans, even though that's not a priority at all for modern day Catholicism. So that's why these guys don't like the Pope, because they think the Pope is woke. And it's really funny to convert to one of the largest, most strictly organized hierarchical religions in the planet and then say, well, we're going to be part of this and we'll complain endlessly as if we're part of this, but we're not going to actually respect the hierarchy that the religion has. So, yeah. Yeah, no, Trump can't be a Christian. He's not. He's not. No. No. Yeah, but Brian Bangert, a senior vice president at the conservative legal organization Alliance Defending Freedom, I could have made that up in a few sake, this fucking name for a task force, said it's overdue. He said the Biden administration was deliberately targeting Christian beliefs through discriminatory practices or policies on such issues as abortion. Of course, their one fucking thing they always mention that's not popular, by the way, is the anti-abortion stuff. We've had that Kansas fuck, what was it called? There's a public vote in Kansas of all places that maintained the right to abortion access, which was like shocking because Kansas is red. It's a red state. Listen, Crusaders are cool. Don't get me wrong. Crusading, like the history of the Crusades, is really cool, but you cannot learn about the Crusades properly and come away with like, actually, yes, religious warfare is awesome and we should do it now, which is what tradcaths want, right? Either they are like pseudo Nazis like JD Vance who want to bring back religious warfare and somehow mix up religious warfare with ethnic warfare, which is a thing he definitely wants, or you're the weepy lame kind like Rod Dreher or some kind, These are not fringe beliefs. Abortion and gender. What the fuck? I have questions. Where in the Bible does it talk about gender? Where? Where did Jesus ever say like don't be trans? Right? Did that happen? Who gives a fuck? Imagine being like an actual like theologian. Imagine being like an actual like ordained pastor, not like the fake American kind either, or like a theologian, and you hear guys like say this. It's not fringe beliefs that Christians have about gender and abortion. So dumb. And like whatever, sure. And like, here's the thing: a group can have these beliefs as part of their group, but you can't just sit there and say it's based on the religious teachings, right? What the fuck else can you say? Yeah, hey, religious Christians really do support trading in the stock market or some shit. You just made that up. I don't believe them. I don't. What else? It's just word soup. We got it. We get it. There's gonna be nothing but complaints about trans people because their brains are fucking broken on trans people. It's embarrassing. Okay, Romans 126 127. Mm-hmm. Okay. For this cause, God gave them up unto vile affections, for even their women did not change the natural use into that which is against nature. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned their lust towards another, men with men working with that which is unseemly, and receiving them themselves that recompense of their error which was met. So that's about homosexuality. It's not about transgenderism. And like, I mean, they want to say it, but conservatives aren't saying like repeal. I mean, some are actually. It's not even. We're at that point now, but they're not. They're not out here saying like ban gay marriage again, right? They've walked that back. Also, and this is gonna be another thing. I don't care what Genesis says. I really don't. The Old Testament can say some wacky shit, and people are really inconsistent on it, and they might as well just ignore that. You should really just focus on what the New Testament says. Really, the Old Testament can go in some wacky, fucking dumb places, and it's not worth getting into arguments about. It really ain't. All right, last of the um, main articles here. This is a good one. Talk about wasting government spending, right? Trump administration says it has no plans to fulfill $400 million armored Tesla contract. So Genesis was retconned, it was rebooted, and the sequel anime wasn't as. I mean, it was a lot more heady. There was more a lot like the intra politics of it, but it wasn't as action based. There wasn't as many fight scenes. Why am I panic all day? It's fun. It's really fun, actually. You should try it. The State Department, the State Department said Thursday it is abandoning plans of purchasing $400 million worth of armored Tesla vehicles after a public document detailed federal contracts for fiscal year 2025 gained wide attention. So, an armored Tesla vehicle does not sound what you'd call safe. Now, what these would be, I could imagine, would just be like State Department Cybertrucks painted black with the stupid steel on the side. It would look so fucking gay, and I hope they get vandalized and graffitied on, if they ever became a reality. But I also could imagine the DoD and Tesla getting to like defense contracting and making like Cybertruck MRAPs, the mine resistant armored personnel carriers, and like those things just like catching on fire randomly, or running out of power because it's the desert or some shit. And have like a functioning solar panel or some shit like that. God, clown show. That expected purchase of Teslas, which is slated for September of this year, is now on hold, according to the State Department, which now says it has no plans of filling the contract. What is this nonsense? This is like a direct conflict of fucking interest when you have Elon Musk as a special government employee or contractor, and then it comes out like, yeah, you're about to spend millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, buying new SUVs for the feds to roll around in, for Elon Musk's little Doge harem to go around in. And then it gets revealed, it gets leaked out, and then they go, we aren't actually doing that. Especially right now you're saying that there's too much nonsensical government spending, you know? Yeah, the potential federal purchase drew scrutiny since Tesla chief executive Elon Musk is also a top White House official who has been leading the Department of Government Efficiency, a unit focused on shrinking the federal workforce and ferreting out corruption. The document did not specify what Tesla vehicles. It would have been a Cybertruck. You know it. You fucking know it. You fucking know it would have been a Cybertruck. The feds don't buy sedans. Are you kidding me? Will be or hatchbacks or crossovers or whatever the fuck those like weird pseudo SUVs are. Not specify what Tesla vehicles will be purchased by U.S. officials, but Musk's Cybertruck with its militaristic design and stainless steel exterior could have been an option. After reports circulated Wednesday night of the department intent to purchase Tesla vehicles, NPR noticed the document was edited. Noted that it was edited at 9:12 p.m. to say federal contract worth of armed electric vehicles, but the word Tesla was removed. No! They edited it. They edited the fucking shit. Those bastards. Those fucking bastards. They edited the fucking statement. They got rid of Tesla. It's embarrassing. And then responding to a segment by MSNBC's Rachel Maddow about the $400 million contract, Musk wrote on X Wednesday night, "Hey, at Maddow, why the lie? Did this really fucking happen? Oh my fucking god!" So they saw the part, saw the State Department like memo letter, whatever the fuck, had the $400 million worth of armored Tesla vehicles, right? Later on that night, it got edited out where it didn't say Tesla. And then Elon Musk was like, "Hey, why are you guys lying about the Tesla thing? They were never Teslas." That's embarrassing, man. Come on. Unfortunately, the Tesla contract started with Biden to explore interest from private companies to produce armored electric vehicles, a State Department spokesperson said on Wednesday. Tesla was the only company to express interest in the department's request at the time. Typically, the next step would be an official solicitation for vehicle manufacturers to complete the contract, but now the solicitation is on hold, according to the State Department spokesperson. Who cares? It's funny. It's funny how dumb these people are, you know? And it's ironic. Yes, we did spend billions in Iraq. That's also bad. But this is right now. It's also really bad. What? I'm gonna cover the breaking news of Iraq? What are you talking about? What should I be covering right now then? I'm here to be entertaining, potentially, maybe. Probably not. Speaking of entertainment, we're now going to cover our awesome videos. The first one, I really do apologize for, but I just want to see what's going on over here. Okay, I want to see what this looks like. It could be interesting, could not be. Let's find out. All right. I know it looks bad. I know it looks bad with this guy's face here. I'm sorry, but it's debate. MAGA versus Democrats, Trump's agenda versus Biden's legacy 4 weeks ago. I want to see what a Tim Pool moderated debate looks like. In this segment, we're gonna do like the videos and such. It won't be the whole 2 hours. It'll be so fucking long. No, but this is Tim Pool. He is an American journalist, unquote journalist, who runs like a weird alarmist right-wing talk show, news show. Not for 2 hours, not watching the whole thing. I just want to see if anything funny happens. And I want to make fun of these people. But we'll be going from Tim Pool, who is like far right, over through the political spectrum onto some other stuff. So don't worry, I will be punching both sides. Do not worry. All right. Let's go. Oh, why is there broccoli hair? Fuck me. Is Tim in this video first? Is the first question.
We're a couple days away from Donald Trump entering the office as the president. The inauguration.
Yeah, this was like back in January, so
will be on Monday. So let's take this opportunity to debate Joe Biden's legacy, Donald Trump's legacy, and we have an eclectic bunch with us who are going to give their ideas on whether or not, I don't know, Trump's a fascist or women should even.
I wish I was Tim Pool, okay? I could make a big set like this. I could own and run a bad coffee store. I could scream all day on a microphone, which is better than the one I use right now. I could wear a beanie 24/7. And by the way, his beanie never comes off. He will never show the top of his head ever again. Why? Because he's bald and he's really insecure about it. And it's really, really, really lame. And I wish I was him too, because he makes money off of this. This video for 2 hours has 238,000 views, right? Broke alert. Yes, unfortunately, I am part of the working class.
Even be voting in the first place, so you can tell it's going to get wild in this room. Why don't we start with you, Myron?
One half of the Fresh Fit podcast. Happy to be here.
The Fresh Fit podcast. It'd be cool if he wore a top hat, but he doesn't. Fresh Fit podcast. Okay, I know what exists. I know it's a dating podcast. I don't know if this guy's like political orientation is though. But fuck it, let's keep going.
I also run my own political talk show, Myron Gaines X, Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. Fresh Fit after that. And yeah, let's get into it. Happy to be here, man.
Luke Beasley, liberal.
Oh God.
Political commentator.
They found a twink. No.
I'm on YouTube at Luke Beasley. Pumped. Good to be back. Tim, Myron, Andrew. Nice to meet y'all.
What is that shirt he's wearing? Okay.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's a popular entertainment channel on YouTube. Political analyst, political satirist, and Bloodsport debater. Happy to be here. Thanks, Tim.
Bloodsport debater? What fucking year is it, dog? 2018? All right.
Yeah, Josiah with Pondering Politics, liberal commentator. Looking forward to this conversation because this is like some of the biggest MAGA influencers I've ever encountered, and I'm looking forward to understanding a bit more.
Well, let's get started with the simple question. Is Trump a fascist? I know it sounds a bit generic, but this is the big talking point that kind of persisted for the past 10 years. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. He's authoritarian. He's far right. He's fascistic, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know who wants to start off first, but Luke, is he a fascist?
Yeah, you know, we can debate that particular label. I've noticed when I've watched past debates among MAGA folks, the benefit, or at least what they seem to thrive off of, is getting real.
Strawberry blue milk. Sports is politics, and politics is sports, and politics is a lot of things.
Into the weeds on a particular semantic debate.
Oh my God, fuck me. This is gonna be so bad, dude. This is gonna be awful. Okay.
That's less relevant to me than going through the specifics of why I might call him that. But let's not get so focused on the label, but instead whether or not we find moral, whether or not we find.
Let's give.
Why would you do this, you dumb twink? Oh my God. Let's not. I know I was questioned if I think Trump is a fascist or not. But let's not actually discuss that. Like, what are you talking about? Jesus Christ.
Focused on the label. So listen, here's why.
The question was about our label. You have to talk about the fucking label, dog. You don't skirt around the label. I know. Okay. Yep.
You can't defend.
Well, first
finish
of
off
all,
my point though. You can't defend.
Luke.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna finish this. You can't defend what he does. So then you try to distract from that with just really abstract
from your
label
lies.
discussions.
Yeah, from your lies.
What he's done or lies?
So you can't.
No. So first of all,
not defend what he actually
hang on,
did.
Luke.
Isn't twink a slur? Yeah. What's up? What am I, woke? Yeah, I'll call people twinks. Go.
Semantics are super important to a debate for a reason. It's so that we have clarity in what we're actually talking about. So when you go, Trump's a fascist, yeah, it's very important that you clarify exactly what that means, why it means that, what the historic standard is that you're providing against
But I'm
that.
saying that debate is an interesting one. I've had it a bunch of times. Less relevant than whether or not you can defend the things he did factually, not the labels, the facts of.
No, you fucking. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. So, the way this usually works, right? The way this works is you get questioned, is Trump a fascist? And then you try to define a fascist. Now, the issue is that people usually don't define it too well. And then it gets into this whole semantic debate where people like say, oh, well, what about this? Oh, so many qualifications. What about this? That's how it usually leads down into, right? And this guy here, his grand plan, his master's plan, is to somehow not have that discussion ever again. And I'm sorry, You went on Tim Pool's podcast. It's going to happen. You should have prepared to do that instead of whatever the fuck you're doing right now, which is discuss his actions, which is what you do after you label. Okay, you define what a fascist is, and then you talk about his actions in support of him being a fascist or not. You know, that's how it usually goes. I've seen this kind of type of debate 100 times before. Trust me. Watched a lot of them in like the past 5-6 years.
Of what he did.
Why are
Can
you calling him a fascist then, Luke? If you're not prepared
Tim
to
brought that
defend
up.
it.
Tim brought that up. I'm interested in.
Well, it's so
You call him that, Luke. Why do you call him that
he is
unless
called,
you can
he
defend
is
it?
called in the media a fascist over and
Yeah.
over and over again for 10 years.
And
He calls
my
him that.
question is, most importantly, then we can get to that.
Uh-huh.
Can you defend the things that we point to as a threat to democracy,
Yeah.
as anti-democratic, whatever
Authoritarian,
label you use?
yeah.
I just don't care about
Can you
getting that
defend
bogged
that
down.
he's a fascist or not, Luke?
I absolutely have had that discussion a bunch of times.
That's not what I asked you.
but
Can you repeat my
thrive.
question? I asked you,
can
can
you or
you
can you
defend
not
that he's a
defend that?
fascist?
We would point out things that we might describe as authoritarian or fascistic, even if you don't agree with a particular label. And that's what he's saying we want to talk about. So,
We
for
want to
example,
talk about the
did
facts.
he plot to overturn the 2020 election? Did he resist the peaceful transfer
Mm-hmm.
of power? Does he command a cult of personality? These are factual questions. I think worth
does he threaten the
examining.
media?
This is not. I'm not going to make a whataboutism. I'm going to say, okay, let's start from that presumption that would make Trump a fascist. That would also make Obama or Biden or Kamala much the same.
Which we can
so?
discuss, which is false.
What you just described as Donald Trump would apply to them in
They
much the same
assemble
way.
fraudulent slates of
Yeah,
electors.
when have they ever like resisted the peaceful transfer of power or plotted to overturn an election?
I believe this was the first election in 52 years the Democratic Party has not challenged the election.
No, you're talking about the thing that is with.
So Tim here. Okay, lonely on Valentine's Day. Welcome to the club. Anyways, so Tim here is doing this thing where he's like equivocating. It's a false equivocation, you know. If you were cognizant of reality in 2021, you would have known that yes, there was actually a lot of resistance towards towards the peaceful transfer of power from Trump's end, you know, and then there was the whole January 6th thing. Tim is pointing out like times where Democrats have challenged like recounts and such, like in 2000, or have like complained about electoral college, and that's it. Nothing anywhere near the same scale.
within congressional
Kiwi Farms, I don't go on that fucking place.
rules, which is you can
Object.
object to the
Yeah, you
account.
can-
That's different than assembling from different states people who aren't the lawful electors, and then trying to get them counted by your vice president as the real one. That's
Right.
completely different.
But that is
One-
also a procedure.
No, one is a nope. You
No,
can't
fake
just
electors
get
are a
random
procedure,
people
yeah.
to sign fake forms saying they're the.
They're not
real
fake
electors.
forms.
They were.
They're not fake forms.
Do you know why the people were
What do you
prosecuted?
think we mean by
in the
fake
7
forms? Like
states?
we obviously
Right,
it's
so
not
you need
invisible
to
piece.
define what a fake form is.
We don't mean by an invisible piece of paper. It was a fraudulent document.
Wait, that's
Yeah.
semantics, Tim.
Yeah.
Like I said, very
Right,
important
so-
to debates.
Because you
historical
can't talk
precedent-
We don't want to spend
core of it.
45 minutes on what's
We'll
a
go-
fake form.
All
We
right,
would
so
just,
so
yeah.
the issue here is we're talking.
All right, so I had determined. Hello, Martin. Determined that this would maybe be a waste of time. Why? Because Tim isn't moderating. He's just letting these fucking retards talk over each other the entire time. That's not a debate. That's not even blood sports. That's just lame. Let's skip ahead and see if anything good happens. There is a big moment here that's most replayed. Let's just go like 20 minutes in. Let's just go 20 minutes in. I want to listen to the whole fucking thing, man. Okay, go.
Threat. This might be a violation of national security. This might violate your own TOS, number one. And number two, I recall during the Twitter Files congressional hearing, we found out that even on petty shit, that the Trump administration reached out to Twitter to ask them to remove a tweet by Chrissy Teigen, John Legend's wife, because she called him a pussy-ass bitch. Like, there's never like a perfectly demarcated line, but I expect that there's going to be engagement between social media and the intelligence agencies of every administration. But when you're asking people to take down tweets because you referred to the president as a pussy ass bitch, that's weak.
So let me
shit.
respond to this.
Yeah, but if
There-
they
the-
did, we'd be against it.
Dude. I don't like just calm down. You'll get a chance. So anyway, to respond to this, I think you make some valid points, but there's some there that aren't really valid. So yeah, sure. So let's say someone in the Trump administration or even Trump himself is like, hey, can you take this tweet down? I don't like it. It hurts my feelings, right? fine. You can condemn it. You can say, it's an abuse of power or something like this. Seems like a kind of vague abuse of power. But there's a
It's a vague abuse of power to ask one of the major social media networks to take down a post because it insulted you as a public official in the United States, right? Now, in other countries, it is legal to do so, right? Like it is, like I know, in the UK, you can post your way into prison. That's not hard. You can't just say the wrong thing online. In the United States, you can say almost whatever you want about elected officials. Case in point, Donald Trump and every conservative you've seen on Twitter and Facebook and YouTube have said some wild shit about other politicians, and they're perfectly fine. But taking it down is kind of fucked up.
distinction when Facebook is being contacted by the Biden administration to tell them to censor all anti-COVID vaccination information, period. To take those things down, to throw people off who are disseminating this information, this and that. He says, this is now narrative building. This is, I want you, this giant, enormous media outlet, to build the narrative that my administration wants. And I'm going to use the coercive power of my office to do it.
So this is a bit of a weird subject I've been thinking about every now and then. Like, okay, so you have the internet, right? You have verified, professionally prepared information. And then you have, like, the very loose, very opinionated information on, like, websites. Think about Breitbart, InfoWars, random blogs, Substacks, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Twitter, YouTube. And the conflict is like, how do we combat one without making the other seem like it's being controlling a narrative, right? Because even though you can be like, not brain dead and understand, like, yeah, the one side, InfoWars is just trying to make money off of scared doomsday prepper nut jobs. People like this guy will just be like, you're censoring free speech and alternative media opinions, Frankly, my opinion, like, professional media has done a bad job adapting into the internet. I had this discussion, I think, in one of my comment sections. It was like about whether or not you should have paywalls for professional information and media, right? Like professional journalism has paywalls, New York Times usually has a paywall, right? And there are ways to get around paywalls, but paywalls themselves and this weird inaccessibility does make people not go to your fucking website and go somewhere else like InfoWars and Breitbart. Taking down alternative opinions usually has some sort of Streisand effect thing where people who remember that existing will go and look for it elsewhere and give it notoriety, right? Notoriety does build you a fan base. So how would you reasonably solve it? I wouldn't take down the misinformation. I wouldn't. But what I would do was when X or Y, like, site or misinformation source is mentioned on your website, link it to something that's, displaying how the site's really biased or problems with its, credibility, right? One of the few good things that Elon has ever done to Twitter was the community notes feature, where certain people can add linked community notes. Oh, yeah. Sites do have paywalls. The issue is that, like, BBC and CNN, they don't do heavy stories. They do basic, broad spanning stories, right? And those are important too. But most sites do have, like, ad paywalls and other paywalls, limited articles, right? And those are the sites that tend to have, like, the really hard-hitting journalism, right? Like the investigative stuff. That's the problem, right? Sure, you can get CNN, AP, and all BBC all day, but, like, they're just gonna report, like, hard reported facts in real time. They don't always do, like, stories, and if they do a story, it usually is them reporting on a story done by one of those other news websites like the New York Times, That's happened. I've gone looking at an AP article or a CNN article, and the article itself lists a different website that has the actual detailed story, and I can't even read that. So I'm saying, I don't know. Yeah. But also, like, the community note feature is pretty good. That was the one thing he made that was useful. Just a basic, like, if you can provide sources for any post, you can just say this post is actually wrong, or it has some sort of ulterior motive that's displayed through the way it's enacted, right? Like if it's an advertisement or not, even though it's hiding its advertisementness. I'm fine with that. I could imagine other ways to monetize. Yeah, you can bypass it. Sure, you can bypass it. Can your aunt bypass it? Your uncle? There are lots of people who still vote who don't bypass things and will just go on Facebook all day and read what they say, read what Facebook posts say. And yeah, I do think information should be free because most journalist sites, most news organizations, they always hype up how they're the ones providing a community service, right? They're helping people by reporting the news that matters. But they will require you to give them your email and sign up for a 4-week trial before you can touch the shit they actually make. Or you can use the web page archive feature and then just see it wherever you want to. Wikipedia is good too, but they also link things that you can access sometimes, like a scientific journal or a book you don't have access to. But yeah, at the very least, you didn't say Wikipedia is biased or bad. Anyways, back to this freak. Let's see if there's anything more entertaining here, huh?
There's a distinction, I think, between that and I don't like this tweet, take it down.
So, again, if that's exactly what happened, I'd probably be inclined to agree. But there's no evidence of that. That number one, it was
Except
just
Zuckerberg saying it.
Wait a minute. What I mean is, so again, it depends very much on the nature of the engagement between the government and Facebook. Again, if they threaten Facebook, if you don't take this down, there will be consequences or something like that, besides just requests or even strong requests. There's also a public health emergency at issue here. So even if you disagree with what the federal government under Donald Trump, by the way, because a lot of this happened in 2020, and under the Biden administration, if you disagree with why they were pressuring it, to me, because that line is not perfectly demarcated, it's more understandable why the federal government would be urging social media companies to crack down on disinformation they believe will kill people. Well, just let me finish.
Yeah.
As opposed to the president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, pressuring a social media company because a celebrity insulted him.
Yeah,
that is indefensibly stupid.
Okay,
And
first of all,
Okay, so that guy in the jacket, he's better than the Zoomer over here. Yeah. So first off, it's usually in favor of a social media company's bottom line to audit itself of random news posts that tell you to take ivermectin instead of getting vaccinated. So that wouldn't surprise me if that was the main reason why Facebook took down like random COVID nonsense. At the same time, like what the federal government said, like we have to combat misinformation about COVID and listen to the experts, and then Facebook goes, okay, yeah, we're gonna audit our website now. That's not coercion. That's just that's common sense. Anyways, not about COVID though, so let's skip forward. This guy, the Fresh and Fit guy, has not talked at all. It's a little nuclear power symbol. Listen, my little stupid model, it's a mess. You have no idea why I even have this, and I could probably barely explain it to you. For the longest time, I used this like little cut screen, a screen cap of an ending segment on episode of Nisei Monogatari, and I thought it was like a cute little fun character, so I used that as my little character on my videos, and then I guess it just went on to being something just my mascot, I guess, instead of the Chiquita Ray plush thing, and then I guess the other issue is that I realized that that's technically not something I've made. It's technically a screen cap from an anime. So I should make my own. This is my shitty amateur rendition with a changed hairpin thing on the side here. Because originally in the anime, that was a little egg. Yeah, that's all. And I guess the issue is that it's stuck right now because, unfortunately, people see this, they know it's me. If I didn't have this, they wouldn't know it's me. It's kind of a catch-22 there, I guess. But yeah. Anyways, I want to hear what this Fresh and Fit guy say. What is this nonsense? Okay, he's talking over here. Go.
Thousands of lives in this conflict, it seems wiser to me to just back away from funding this whole nightmare.
And the mainstream media did everything to not tell Americans the truth that they were losing. This is why, like, you look at like someone like people that were reporting, right, that were saying, look, Russia's going to win this, like Gonzalo Lira or Jackson Hinkle, etc. They're getting banned, censored, etc. It's not till years later the news is finally coming out. Yeah, you know what? We kind of were losing. We're losing.
Yeah,
they did kill Lira.
Yeah, Lira was killed.
Yeah, he got killed. But like when he had his YouTube channel and he was putting out this information, he was shadow banned. Jackson Hinkle banned him, and they're like, "Oh, these guys are just Russian propagandists." Well,
Jackson Hinkle is 100% a Russian propagandist. Jackson Hinkle, you want me? It was based on an anime screen cap that was stylized in a way that I found appealing, and then I realized it wasn't my own drawing, so I had to make my own drawing. That's it. Anyways, Jackson Hinkle 100% is a Russian state agent. He is fully bricks, you know? He's one of those guys. Yeah. Yeah, fucking Jackson Hinkle. Jackson Hinkle's the guy who said that, like, Assad wasn't gassing his own citizens, and if they did, they should have just opened up a window if they were getting gassed by nerve gas, you know? That's a guy who did that, Jackson Hinkle.
they're kind of telling the truth when it comes to this conflict. Russia is winning.
No.
Then it took years for the mainstream media to say, you know what? Yeah, they are kind of winning. We should probably maybe have a ceasefire.
No,
like, it took years for the American public.
MSCSC, you didn't have to do that. Fuck. But thank you, though. Thank you so much. That's great. Thank you so much. Wait, no, not twice. Thanks so much.
Those were the guys we're talking about that kept falsely predicting it's going to be over here, and then here, and then here, and they kept being wrong.
But they were correct. They were correct that Russia was decimating
people
them.
don't.
They were correct about that.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you a lot.
Russia, well, that's important. That's relevant to America.
I don't know what you're. Some of y'all have crazy profile names. Okay, there's that one person whose name is just a sprawl of cuneiform. I don't know what the fuck to call them. That's all I have. Some of y'all are nuts.
Wasn't Russia's military pretty fucked up as a
look at how many people are dying in the Russian military, which is tragic. But how much their military is losing as well.
But my point is,
all for them to just take that much.
It. I mean, that's what Russia's been doing. I
think Russia won already.
Russia did. I mean, they held the Germans with 1 million peasants. They don't care. They'll continue to throw.
Okay, don't pull out this Reddit World War II knowledge, dude. Come on. This is just Reddit nonsense. In World War II, Russia literally human wave tactic. Look, shut up. Okay. The Ukraine war. I mean, listen, I'm not what you call an expert in it. I've been forced to follow it because it's part of politics. Give Ukraine and Russia to the UK. Yeah. Honest to God, I wish we could have a pre 2022 map. I wish we could. We probably aren't. I'm just saying, even with American support, Ukraine's having issues keeping like manning up to cover this whole giant front line here. They're having there's minefields laid. There's a lot of defense in depth going on with Russia. Even with Russia having those Wagner mercenaries trying to coup them last year, which was funny. In general, I don't see it changing much longer. And it sucks because Ukrainians don't deserve this to happen to them. But at the same time, I don't know if it's in their. I mean, it'd be their choice, of course, whether they want to end the war or not. But like, I don't know if it's in their best interest to continue this. Right? They still have Odessa as a warm water port, but Russia really wants to have a land connection down there to Sevastopol, and have its warm water military port. If you don't know, by warm water port, I mean ports that don't freeze over in the winter. You know? And I could imagine like yeah, and like our economic blockade of Russia, I imagine like hurt them, but it didn't really work. I don't know. It's a mess, and at this point I wouldn't be mad if there's a ceasefire and the map looked like this. That's all I'm saying about it. I'm not going to say whether or not Ukraine can continue to last forever. I'm not a big fan of conscription, by the by. I don't like that. I don't like either country doing that. Even though Ukraine might have a better personal argument for conscription, which is, our country's being invaded. I don't think enslavement is good, and conscription is basically just enslaving your own people to die for something they would otherwise not want to die for. It's not like Ukrainians will all be, like, mass executed by Russia. I mean, they would be horribly oppressed, and lots of them will die. But, like, they're not going to be, like, it's... You can do whatever you want, Miss Z. I can't control you. It wouldn't go well, of course. It'd be a horrible occupation. I don't know.
Throw soldiers into the meat grinder until they get their objective. They don't care.
Famously, Russia's strategy is referred to as the Zap Brannigan strategy, where he sends wave after wave.
Oh, fuck off. Zap Brannigan strategy. Just this fucking stupid soy thing. It's just like the cartoon I saw. It's just like epic Futurama. Tim. Anyways, what the fuck is this part here? What is this? No, conscripts aren't fair because you shouldn't be enslaved to go fight for your government. I don't think you would like that right now. Yeah, there would be continuous conflicts afterwards. Fuck me, man. I just need 1, maybe 3 people on the planet right now to fall down the stairs. Just really hard. That'd be really cool right now, actually, in my opinion. Anyways, this is the highlighted portion, the most replayed. What is it?
Look at birth rates in the United States, and we can see marriage has not done us any favors when it comes to reproduction. It has not done us any favors when it comes to intact family units, more single moms than ever, more single fathers than ever. There's almost no virgins who get married. I mean, it's basically that ship has sailed. Okay, the institution of marriage itself is cheapened. You also go on to say, what about child tax credits? You get those even if you're not married, Luke. You get the earned income credit even if you're not married, Luke.
And that was an example of the government incentivizing something.
Yeah, but the government's not incentivizing that through marriage because you get it even if you're not married.
That's what I was saying.
You get it. Hang on, Luke.
I think marriage is an incentivization.
Let me respond. Let me finish the response, Luke.
Relationships as well.
First off, you do get stuff when you're married. You do get a change in how you're taxed when you're married. But yeah, you do get the child tax credit when you're single. But when you're single, you probably aren't doing supporting children. It's fucking expensive, and 2 incomes make more sense for that to happen.
Let me finish the response.
Just like how through other policies,
Luke, can I finish the response, Luke?
You said something fake about what I was saying, so I just wanted to explain.
Yeah, okay, even though you said it. You said, we have things in marriage like the earned income tax credit. It's like, no, that applies.
That's not what I said.
Yes,
let me explain so you can continue.
Rewind the tape, bro.
No, I said, I believe that marriage as a state concept, because you asked why should the state do it? I said, well, because I actually do think people building wealth together, building a life together, same sex or not, is a better structure for a society. And so incentivizing that through honoring it by the state is good. Just like how we incentivize other things, like having children through child tax credit. It was just a separate, just like how we do that.
No,
Does that make sense?
But to answer to your question, when it comes to women who are infertile or can't reproduce. And you, Andrew, you said a component of marriage is reproduction. Remember, this is a component of marriage, not the entire purpose of it. In my view, the purpose of marriage is that the man is representing the Christ head, the woman the body of the church.
That's fucking stupid.
That's what the purpose of marriage is from the religious standpoint. That aside, from the secular standpoint, when you're talking about women who get married and they cannot reproduce, there's still a set standard for what is called normalcy. Meaning, if you are promoting the normalcy of men and women together reproducing, even the few who cannot reproduce, it still sets the standard for reproduction. In other words, it's still a reflection of reproduction itself because it's a man and a woman. So it sets that standard.
Yeah. And we have a different, I guess, obviously moral framework, because I'm saying I think the normalcy that should be exhibited, the behavior that should be encouraged through this institution is committed relationships to one another. And because I am fine with gay couples adopting, I think that's
problematic.
Hang on, I got to ask one thing. I got to ask.
Adopting children.
That's crazy, Missy. Jesus Christ.
I think that's a good way to
Luke,
bond
I got to
people.
ask, is that true? Is that actually true? Or is it actually true that you don't care if people have polygamous marriages? That you don't care if people have orgies in their marriage? That you don't
Who gives a fuck? Oh my god. Oh, the small government guys. The small government conservatives when you have fun in your own household. How horrible. Okay, I think they're arguing about like whether they should have but just gay marriage. That's what they're arguing about, right? This guy here doesn't like gay marriage. He wants the marriage to be man and woman having children, right? Meanwhile, fucking Twinko over here is like, no, marriage is just two people forming a union and making a family and building wealth together in a household. Kids are a part of it, but it's dumb. But that was the most replayed part. This debate fucking sucked. What's up, Missy? Why should they care about that? Because, well, this guy here is probably a fascist of some kind and wants all of society to conform by his moral standards and his personal opinions. That's why. Anyways, that's not for this Tim Pool nonsense. But I do have 2 videos from the same guy who is not Tim Pool. This first video. Did I sleep well last night? I slept pretty fine. This first video is called "This Video Will Convince You That Taxation is Theft," by someone named Mentis Wave. And the thumbnail is yellow and black, the libertarian colors, and there's a Cerno Fumo on the thumbnail, so he might be one of my people. Let's find out. Hang on. Yeah, this is by Mentis Wave. Okay. And by the way, the birth rate collapse, that's because of forces involving capitalism and austerity. You know this guy? Okay. Alright. Yeah. I have no idea who this guy is. I've not seen a single one of his videos. I was recommended them. Let's talk about him. Toho Fest in California. I don't live in California, so unfortunately I will not be going there. Taxation is theft. Let's see how much of a moral member of society he is. Let's go. First off, I will say I don't like the vaporwave aesthetic. Is that Murray Rothbard? Yep, it's Murray Rothbard. Of course it is. This guy's a libertarian, and again, this is like some like dead specter haunting YouTube, I guess. This like 2016 vaporwave nonsense. It's very passé. It's very out of fashion now. I'm sorry. We are in the full like no, just no. This isn't Gen Z. This is a millennial thing. Vaporwave is full on millennial. Okay.
Hey, internets. As it turns out, taxation is theft, and arguments to the contrary.
Okay, so his character, oh, fuck me. Instant Wojak, of course! His character is a guy in a suit, which is every libertarian's character, by the way. And there's like a ring with like an anime eyeball in it. That's very nice.
They tend to range from 10-word long streamer debate bro 360.
That's Destiny. This is Destiny, and he's pulling out the stupid sliding scale there of correctness.
No scope hot takes that
he's like Gen Z guy. I'm Gen Z. What are you talking about?
When critically examined, turn out to be a circular argument, to 9,001 word long essays that engage in lengthy semantical arguments that call upon a plethora of philosophers and scholars throughout the ages, while also citing numerous academic papers and research, then engaging in various mental gymnastics and further navel-gazing and further redefining of words, resulting in a conclusion that, when critically examined, also turns out to be a circular argument, and is therefore not really meaningfully different from the debate bro hot take, other than the fact that it managed to waste more of your time. Funny how that works, isn't it? Now, you may be someone who already agrees that taxation is theft, and you want to get better at explaining to other people why it's theft, or perhaps you're neutral to the idea and you're just here because you're curious, or perhaps you disagree, you don't think it's theft, but perhaps you're open-minded enough to hear why it is. Or maybe you're here because you're just bored out of your mind. Regardless of where you're coming from,
or maybe I'm here because I wanted to live stream myself watching weird content.
Everybody should find this interesting, because as it turns out, coming to terms with accepting that there really isn't a good argument against the fact that taxation is theft is a big part of realizing that the crazy lolbarts are in fact correct about the economic problems of society and how it's currently structured to take a lot of things for granted.
Okay, so I will start this video off by giving an argument in favor of taxation, and then we'll see if he brings up what I say or not. All right, and listen. Personally, when it comes to taxation, in an ideal, perfect world, individual people would not be taxed, organizations would, and there would also be ways in which people wouldn't be able to accumulate vast amounts of wealth, right? But we don't live in that perfect world. We live in right now, and right now, someone has to pay for the roads. Somebody's got to pay for the power plants, not the power plants, but the building of, the commissioning, and the infrastructure. Someone's got to pay for all this shit, right? It's got to be somebody. And unfortunately, in the United States, not enough money is being spent on its own people to support an educated, advanced, and socially healthy workforce, right? Instead, we have austerity. And austerity is bad because it makes people really desperate. It leads to destructive social behaviors. It's not good, folks. It might make you more money, but it's not going to make you a better country in the long run. Anyways, so why should the United States right now have taxation? Well, as it turns out, a private business owner, you might think he is a self-made man. You might think that the guy who owns Tesla or Boeing or whatever the fuck, right? That he is the reason why all the people are there at his factories. All the people that are there managing the people at his factories are there. That the transportation of his products is because of him, because his people organize the transportation to wherever the products are sold or held or whatever, right? You might think it's all from him, and then his investors who helped him earn it. Now, what if I were to tell you that's not the case? If I were to tell you that he's using a workforce that he himself did not invest in. He is using a workforce that was instead invested through taxes. Why did the people who work for him at the ground level all the way to the top, why do they know how to read? Did he teach them how to read when they were children? No, he did not. The state did. Did he teach them how to drive? Did he give them a driver's license and verify they were safe to drive his products across country? No, the state did. What about the plumbing and power his building uses to, support his operations? Did he build the power companies and the plumbing companies? Does he manage the water resources that go straight to his factory and out of his factory? No, he buys those from the city or manages those from other companies that are way more regulated than he is by federal auditors to make sure that they aren't failing on giving him the electricity and water he needs to operate his business. What is transportation, right? Does he maintain railroads and airports? Does he maintain the roads? No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He didn't build the roads or the airports or the trains. As it turns out, the entire world in which his business is allowed to thrive and grow was not made by him. It was made to help him. It was made to foster his business. The United States is a very business-friendly country. You can make whatever fucking business you want, and they will help you grow every step of the way. But you cannot sit there and say that you self-made this business. And the way you can, and the way your business is populated and fueled, and the way your business can transport is all paid by everyone, including you. That's why taxes exist, right? You can also argue that taxes exist so that way the federal state can protect your business from foreign countries that could potentially attack and steal your material wealth, right? The state also pays for the police force, and trust me, capital owners love the police because the police are their guards. They are their protectors. They will arrest people for stealing their property. They will guard their property. You've seen actual police officers outside of grocery stores? I have. Not even the rent-a-cops they get, just actual cops. All the time. Right? That same police force will, on occasion, especially in places like the United States, break up striking workers who demand better treatment from their boss. It happened recently, last year, I think, I think around last year in December, in New York, when an Amazon facility was striking, and the truck drivers didn't want to drive their trucks, or they were blocking the trucks. The New York Police Department broke up the protesters, opened the road for the trucks. One of the trucks stopped driving because the guy in the truck was also a protester, so he's blocking the way back behind him. And a New York police officer opened the car door, threw the guy out GTA 5 style, and got in the truck and presumably drove it somewhere else. Probably not to the destination it was supposed to go to, but, away from the protesters to where they can pick it up later. But, yeah. So, yes, the state actually really, really uses those taxes to protect and help businesses more than you can imagine. How many businesses, small or large, do you think abuse those PPP loans from COVID? The ones that essentially, if you look into it, was just a giant way to just give people money. If they had small businesses, it was given to fucking anyone. And that shit will never be investigated. You will not get sued for it. I mean, some people have been sued for it, but those are like the pity cases they threw out to say, oh, we're doing something about it, right? No. So yeah, I don't think what this guy wants would not be feasible right now. You cannot have a no tax society right now. Now, why do you think that there are so many libertarian fantasies about building a new country, right? Building a crypto land or a Rapture from BioShock, right? Is that the place? Is it Rapture? And then New Eden is BioShock Infinite. Yeah, Rapture's BioShock. Fuck. Rapture from BioShock, or fucking, if you ever read Atlas Shrugged. They like that because it convinces them that actually, yes, they can build all the infrastructure. They can get all the people they need and pay for them and have them be their own products that will help them make more money. They can do all that stuff, right? That's why they're obsessed with building new shit like that, right? They essentially want to be the government themselves. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, okay, that's an argument for taxation. That it's a social network designed around you investing into the workforce and the country you yourself use to make money, right? Simple as. This applies to all levels of business too, not just the big corporations. Your mom and pop store, the local bar and grill, also uses people who have been invested into by the public explicitly for the purpose of being employed by private businesses. You know? So yeah. Let's keep going.
Speaking of taking things for granted, a lot of people take their cybersecurity and
fuck off with your advertisement. What is this nonsense? Cool. Epic router, whatever. Sure. Yep.
definition of theft alone makes it already a pretty solid argument. Straightforward, for I highly recommend it. Now, before we can dive into refuting the arguments for why taxation is not theft, we first have to understand why it is theft. To be honest, it's kind of straightforward. Just the definition of theft alone makes it already a pretty solid argument. According to Britannica, at least, theft is defined as the physical removal of an object that is capable of being stolen without the consent of the owner.
Okay, so when you pay taxes, you are consenting. Now, what he's not going to say is the coercion part of the deal, right? So, okay. So, when you go ahead, I mean, by the way, if you're a working class person, you don't like directly pay your taxes. Your taxes are taken out of usually from your income from your job, right? Usually they'll take it out unless you're self-employed. Then you have to, actually deal with that process, right? But you are consenting to having your income being given to the state, right? If you didn't do so, then yeah, if the state went to go take it from you, then your consent is lost, right? But I think basically everyone in the country, including all the dipshits who say taxation is theft, has consentedly given away their taxes, right? Now, if they were smart, they would say, well, they don't have another choice. And when you bring up coercion into this argument, it gets a lot more interesting.
Or to put it really simply, it's just non-consensual possession or appropriation of property. And taxation is defined as imposition of compulsory levies on individuals or entities by governments. And compulsory is non-consensual. And the levies are that of monetary property. Basically, the government takes your money against your consent. And so right off the bat,
again, you consent to give your money to the government, or else you would be hiding it and not giving it to the government. And most people aren't hiding their money. They use big public banks that can track all their financial processes all the time.
Taxation falls pretty easily within what you'd define as theft. So if you'd want to take the objective route to argue that taxation is not theft, you have to argue that either taxation is consensual or that the money being levied doesn't count as property.
Damn, he did it. Good job.
For some weird reason, or that theft has nothing to do with consent, which is a little bit absurd. But I'd also like to go over a slightly more interesting explanation for why taxation is theft. Let's say that you are running a charity, and just for good faith, let's give this charity a relatively noble cause. You're running a children's cancer treatment charity, and you're out canvassing for donations. Now, of course, some people are willing to donate to the cause, but of course, some people are not. Now, the simple question here, of course, is would you stick a gun to the people who are not willing to donate to your cause? Do you think you would be morally in the right to whip out a gun in the middle of the canvassing event and just say, all right, screw all you people who won't donate? Guess what? Your voluntary donation is mandatory. Seriously, would you violently, under the threat of death, force them to donate to your cause?
So here's the thing. A random person would say no. Because they already live in a country of taxation. By the way, this is kind of like a weird vacuum example, but I'll engage with the hypothetical. A normal person would say no. But most governments are full of people who will say the answer is yes. So it's not really much of a gotcha for them. And then you'd say, well, that just proves that taxation is just, thuggery meant to steal my stuff. Welcome. As it turns out, yes, governments tend to be unjust hierarchies that demand things coercively and then violently later on if you don't, work along with the coercion. Yes, welcome, right? It's just right now, it's not that bad. That's it. Anime you recommend watching. Watch The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. Watch Welcome to the NHK. I obviously watch Evangelion. Watch Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt. That's a very good one. What else here? Watch Samurai Champloo, Space Dandy. Probably Cowboy Bebop, of course. Anything by Shinichiro Watanabe is a good time. I think in terms of like modern anime, like recently airing stuff, which I don't keep track of for the most part, I've had a good time watching some stuff with Apothecary Diaries is pretty good, and then also with Elusive Samurai. Well, I'm sorry, I know good anime. Fuck, it's not my fault. In terms of like, you're a Yuki in terms of like what character from Haruhi Suzumiya you most like relate to, I'd be like a Kion. I like Kion. He's a great character. He's this great mopey guy who has it's like subtle yearning side to him I really enjoy. But yeah, watch those. Watch all the Fate anime too. That's also really good. And then read the visual novels themselves, because they're really good. Yeah, I could go more into that, but that's all I'm gonna say for now. All right.
Would you be willing to pull the trigger if they said no? I mean, obviously, this is just a hypothetical situation, but seriously, would you do it? And the reality is, if you have any inkling of common sense at all, probably not. You have no idea what these people's
what do you mean, probably not? There's a gun at your head. Oh, wait, would you point the gun at them? Okay.
Financial situation is. For all you know, they're already donating to something just as important, or they may just be too poor to donate. But more importantly, there's also just the simple philosophical question of, do you have the right to do that to them? The innate problem here is it's not really charity anymore if you do that, is it? Even if it's for a quote-unquote noble cause, you are still saying that you know how they should spend their money better than they do.
First off, what the fuck is this nonsense? Charity and socialism. This is nonsense, okay?
Almost as if you're trying to take ownership of their will, which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense if you think about it, because you're effectively stating that you have property rights, but they don't. That you have a right.
As it turns out, the government, with the giant military, probably does own the land you live on, more so than you do, because a really cool thing is that ownership is a social construct. Nothing naturally owns is owned by anyone, right? It's not. It's a social thing, okay? Ownership is invented. There's no natural rights. There's no ownership, right? It's things we've made up to make society run better and more effective.
To the resources more than they do, which just goes to show one of the main issues with denying the fact that property rights exist. Nobody can actually make this claim without contradicting themselves. And here's the problem. That's exactly what the state does when they're taxing you. At the end of the day, the only real difference between a private company offering you a service in exchange for your voluntary resources or consent to associate with them is that the state just ignores this consent. They just...
So a cool thing is that the state and the company are not too different, in that if there's only one company, do you really have a choice in refusing to buy things from them? Right now, where you physically live, you probably only have one government, hopefully, and you don't have a choice. Your only choice is to leave, and that will only get you to a different government on the planet. The same can be true of any corporation, right? If I live in a food desert out somewhere in the sticks, and there's only one grocery store within 2 hours of me, which is probably not going to be the case, but you know what I mean, right? I'm kind of forced to only go there for my food, right? There's not much difference in that.
Say you will pay for it or else.
And then they'll say something like, then the usual response to that will be something like, well, you can just start your own company and compete. You can start your own government right now and compete, dog. The only difference is that the government right now will kill you for doing so, or arrest you, right? And to act as if a corporation, when seeing a competitor, won't do anything in their power to stop that is insane. They would, and they do it all the fucking time. Have you seen how media companies operate recently? They buy shit up all the fucking time.
Which brings us to our first argument against taxation being theft that needs to be refuted, which is that the state isn't literally holding a gun to your head while you're paying taxes, therefore it's not actually theft. So yeah, this is a pretty stupid argument, but it's also really strangely common, and it's one I've seen BreadTube debate bros unironically use in arguments about taxation. The claim that because the IRS doesn't have an agent of the law standing right behind you with the gun in their hand, then it's not actually theft. Anyways, the flaws with this argument is that it's ignoring both the concept of time and the concept of logical conclusions. Imagine if someone tried to argue that a guy pushing a boulder down a hill, leading to that boulder destroying somebody's house, had nothing to do with the boulder destroying the house, because all he did was push the boulder, but that had nothing to do with the boulder rolling downhill, because it wasn't rolling downhill at the time that he pushed it.
Yeah, go nuts, Misty. Maybe they have internet there too. So yeah, I'm not gonna be whoever the hell he's talking about who thinks that if you don't pay taxes, the government won't come after you, right? That's been proven to not be the case, you know? Yeah, like taxation is, if you resist it, then yes, it's them taking something from you, which is theft. Congratulations. But you're not resisting it. You're doing it. It's consensual. It's coerced. That's the difference, in my opinion.
It's a really weird argument that just kind of ignores cause and effect. Yes, it's true that there is no government agent standing right behind you when you do your taxes holding a gun to your head, but that also does not matter. Because if you refuse to pay your taxes, the feds will first find out about it and then send you nasty letters demanding that you pay your taxes. And if you don't comply, they'll send you court summons. And if you just continue to not comply, they will eventually send men to your house with guns who will then take you to jail under the threat of violence if you do not comply. Just because there's time that elapses and a series of various steps that elapse between point A and point B doesn't mean you get to ignore all obvious causal links between point A and point B. It's a really bizarre argument. Very few people are incapable of comprehending the fact that time can be a factor in causal links. It's a case of something I've called philosophical illiteracy. It's when a person...
What? Oh, good job. You invented something. Let me show... it's a case of this complex idea, I'm using right now. I'll represent with a fucking Wojak real fast. Here. Yeah.
Person thinks that if they refuse to acknowledge the logical conclusions of where something leads, then they get to pretend that those logical conclusions don't exist. Yeah, I know, we're kind of starting out with a weird argument here, but again, it's really, really common. People will actually and unironically argue that taxation is not theft because the government isn't standing there right behind you at the time you're doing your taxes. But yeah, TLDR, it is a bad argument because there is in fact such a thing as time, and there is in fact such a thing as a process. Ignoring the existence of that process.
He just hit his computer there when he did that. I heard that. Bad video. I've never had any audio issues with my videos ever before. Nope.
Doesn't magically make it go away.
Yeah, no, that's how you do it. You go to, you're right, Missy. You go to the McDonald's, right? You go to the Wendy's. You ask for a cup of water, and then you dump it out into the sink beneath the soda machine, and you fill it with soda, and then you leave. What are you gonna do about it, huh?
And this is quite possibly the most important thing that people need.
You got closer to the mic. Ew.
Need to understand about taxation. When someone says that there are social programs that should be funded by
Destiny jump scare,
taxation, they are effectively saying that they believe that the programs they want funded should be funded under the violent threat of death for anybody who doesn't want to help fund them. There is
okay. So, usually when people say they want programs funded in the United States, they usually mean taxation is a thing which will exist regardless of what gets funded, and they would prefer if funding went to good things and not bad things, because the funding is still to be had no matter what, because the federal government is still going to want money. They'll still want to buy new tanks and giant aircraft carriers. That's what they want. It's still going to happen. That's what Destiny usually talks about. This guy is so bad that I have to fucking defend Destiny. Jesus Christ.
There's no real meaningful difference between saying funded by taxation and funded by threatening violence. And sometimes when you point that out, people will then say, well, it's legal and the government has the right to do it because it's the law, so it still doesn't count. Which brings us to the next argument. Taxation is legal expropriation of resources rather than illegal expropriation of resources, therefore it is not theft. So yeah, remember at the beginning of this video I mentioned that a lot of arguments against taxation being theft are really just circular arguments? Well, this is our first one. And this one usually tends to stem from not really quite...
So this argument here, the whole it's legal thing, that's like some lib shit that I don't ascribe to either, right? Legality and morality, not the same thing. Not the same thing. It's great when they're the same thing. It's great when you make a bad thing illegal. That's fantastic. Good job. But it's not a guarantee.
Understanding what the argument that taxation is theft really is. To say that taxation is theft is generally a libertarian philosophy argument rooted in ethics. In other words, taxation is theft is an ethical argument. So it's about what society should do and what laws should be, and not so much concerned about what the law currently is. That is completely irrelevant to the argument. Arguments rooted in ethics and philosophy are about what good and evil should be. It's how we think about what the difference is and where lines are drawn. And so when someone says that taxation is not theft because taxation is legal, they are effectively stating that it's good because it's the law and it should be the law because it is good. Which is, again, just a really dumb circular argument. And just kind of talking on the subject of ethics, it's usually considered a very low level of ethical understanding to think that ethics come from the law. For example, it's considered a less mature way to look at ethics on the Kohlberg scale, and it's also considered an incoherent and subjective model just by looking at history. Governments throughout the world and throughout history have done a lot of bad things, a lot of questionable things, and all of those things were often within the scope.
Our first hit of AI slop. No! He couldn't find an image of an angry judge with a gavel. He couldn't do that, so instead he asked fucking Google to make it for him like a dipshit.
Scope of the law at the time they were done.
He was just so fucking lazy that he had to kill 9,000 pandas to make this fun fucking image.
With an obvious example a lot of people go to is just the Holocaust question, which I know is a bit generic, but it's an easy one that everybody knows. Because technically, at the time of the Holocaust, putting the Jews in camps was considered legal within Germany at that time. And if you want to say that the law equals good, then you are forced to concede that that was a good thing that happened. But of course, you can really just take anything that governments have done in history and see this as an example for why this is a silly way to think. For instance, a more recent example would be the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Technically, it is a legal thing that Russia is doing within Russian law to invade Ukraine. Does that mean invading Ukraine is a good thing? So yeah, assuming that law equals good reveals itself to be a very silly way to think about ethics if you just think about it for longer than, well, 10 seconds. Although there is a slightly less cringe version of this argument that says that just, well, taxation is not theft because might makes right. But this isn't really much better because might makes right is really just denying that ethics exists. It's just saying whoever has biggest stick gets to decide how things are, and that's the law of the jungle, and that's how it is. Which, to some degree, has truth from a realist perspective, but it isn't really true at all in terms of ethics. When you deny that ethics exists just as a way of looking at the world, just denying any kind of epistemology tied to ethics, you run into quite a few problems. First off, there's just the question of, well, why does anybody even care? If you believe ethics are not a thing, and you believe that might just makes right, then, well, you're just kind of conceding that taxation is theft, but Krug have big sticks, so it doesn't matter. So it's not really an argument against taxation being theft, but rather this is an argument against it meaning anything, which is kind of a red herring and getting off topic entirely. But for the sake of completion, I'll address it seriously.
I will say this much. Sorry. I'll say this much. The argument about taxation being theft or not, even though, yes, it's an ethical argument that's worth thinking about, it is ultimately, right now, in the current way the world works, rather useless. There is no use case for it. You're not going to be able to implement this anywhere, right? It's not going to happen. The same way that anyone arguing about, like, anarcho-communism is kind of wasting time in, like, a realistic sense. You know, it's a realist sense. You're not really going to accomplish much doing so, you know? Not that it's not worth talking about, you know. It's an interesting idea, you know. You understand a lot, like political motivations better because of it. But, you know, just how it is.
Seriously anyways. The problem with might makes right, or really the problem with just saying LMAO to any kind of ethical philosophy, is that the logical conclusion of that is that nobody has any rights. And as it turns out, people generally don't like to live in any kind of society where they don't have any rights.
Well, you don't have... Well, rights aren't real. That's the problem. Ethically, they should be real, but realistically, they aren't real, and you can't really argue against that because, you know, you just said realism is not your goal here. You're not trying to be realist right now. You're trying to be ethical. So,
in fact, one of the main reasons society was created was so that people could agree upon rules generally based on ethics so that the peace could be kept, rather than just a world filled with barbarians that are constantly...
Yes, and one of those rules was you concentrate wealth to be better utilized by the group.
murdering each other. So it's essentially just a naturalistic fallacy that ignores the central point. Just because the fact that the law of the jungle makes it true in nature that power does win, that doesn't make it good for social interactions. And it's certainly not a good way to get economic growth. Because the thing with the barbarians constantly going at each other's throats is that a society that is filled with nothing but that doesn't really advance in modern technology very much. That's
Hang on. I will say this much. Okay. It's a very common Reddit and even libertarian thing to say that, like, warfare does have benefits. We develop new technologies with warfare. It's a competition. This guy is pro-competition. He's just, gonna ignore the part about capitalism, which is inherently about competition. But, probably won't even get to that.
That's actually one of the reasons why there really wasn't much economic growth before people figured out how to
Missy, you should probably sleep when you need to. Curing sleep is probably not going to happen before curing anything else.
Have an economic system that structures society in a way that makes it so that it's not zero sum. That is the real problem with might makes right, is that if you try to structure society around might makes right, you effectively have a zero sum game. You have a world where one person's gain is always based on another person's loss.
That's almost how the planet kind of functions right now. It's just the loss is not so bad as to, like, economically ruin people within a country like the United States, but essentially in the United States you cannot become wealthy without people beneath you suffering to some extent.
When in fact we have found a way to make it so that people can gain in ways that makes other people also gain. So that's just
like public services.
Kind of the basic consequentialist argument against might makes right. And again, it doesn't really have anything to do with whether or not taxation is theft. It's just attacking the very premise of ethics existing rather than the argument itself. So let's get back on topic and move on to some other arguments for taxation not being theft. Specifically, let's move on to the just move.
Well, that stinks, Miss C. That sucks a lot. I feel sorry for you. Sounds like a bad way to spend your birthday.
Argument. This is the argument that taxation actually is consensual, because if you don't like it, you can just move out of the country. Now, first of all, this is just kind of silly, because a lot of the people who will make this argument are often the bread tube types who make...
Bread tube. You made this video 3 weeks ago. What year is it? 2019? What fucking bread tube is there? It's dead. Half these people either are, like, out and about reactionaries like Destiny. This guy just makes, like, joke videos. ContraPoints makes a video once every 2 years. So is H-Bomber guy, and he's not even necessarily political. The last videos he's made were about media and writing. This guy, Noah Samson, fucking sucks, so I don't want to be associated with him. What? Jesus Christ.
The exact same argument in reverse when defending people who live in bad neighborhoods because they could just move, and they'll often...
So, the moving thing is usually used because... Oh, see a hot dog imp. That's usually what you say about companies and corporate, competition, If you don't like, how, the corporate competition is set out for you for this or that market, you should instead make your own business. You should move and do something else. Buy from someone else. Make your own business, something else. Is there any difference? Right? It's like complaining about the power company.
And explain why that's not a realistic argument to tell people to just move. Not everybody's in a situation where they can just move. It's not always that simple, and it's fun.
And not everyone's in a situation where they can just choose a different company to engage with.
Funny, because in the context of taxation, it actually makes even less sense. Because there's nowhere you can actually just move to. This is in fact one of the main problems with how the state works and how taxation works. If it was just a case where only local taxes existed and you could actually move off-grid and voluntarily disassociate yourself from society and avoid...
And die horribly in the wilderness because you are some schlubby American who doesn't have any like actual rough survivalist skills or understand how to sustain yourself in nature. So yeah,
avoid taxation that way, it wouldn't be nearly as big of a problem. It would still technically be theft until the services of the city could be privatized, but it wouldn't be
private. Fuck me, man. You're just trading one bureaucracy for another. You're not fixing anything. You're not replacing anything. Fundamentally, what is different between like libertarian ideology and like what we think of as medieval feudalism, right? It's both based on property. They both essentially coercively own people and demand their labor, and demand it because they use their company, their means of production and so forth. Like, what the fuck is the difference? There isn't one.
Nearly as big of an issue in the way that property rights currently work within how states operate. You see, the problem with states around the world is that they don't really properly homestead their land at all. What they do instead is they just kind of arbitrarily claim that they own all the land to the degree that they can get away with, at least until they run into the claims of another state. So you can't just move 100 miles into the woods or something and create some kind of off-grid, self-sustaining farm.
You can. It was called Jonestown. Have you tried that?
And the state will.
They don't. That's the thing, Hyde. That's the end goal here. You know, is that these people are usually not like super wealthy libertarians. They usually aren't. They're usually also some form of working class person, or at most they're a small business owner, right? And they see tough bills and tough economic times ahead for them. They see issues with like how their finances are going, right? You know, all these conflicts that are purposeful products of capitalism, and their response is, okay, well, what if I didn't have to deal with that? You know, they don't want to change the system they're in. They just want to endlessly complain about it. You know, it's like that ContraPoints quote. You know, they don't want change. They don't want power. They want to endlessly critique change and power while they continue to suffer from it. You know, it's crazy.
Still hunt you down and force you to pay taxes. There's really nowhere you can go on this planet. Even in near inhospitable regions like the Canadian tundra, the Canadian government will still find a way to make you owe taxes. So not only is just move an inane argument, it's also not even correct. You cannot avoid taxes by just moving. And in some cases, the state actually still considers you to be their property to some degree. For instance, let's say you buy a private island in the Cayman Islands, but you're a United States citizen. The US government actually still requires you to file a US tax return. Just look what it says on the IRS.gov. General facts. I'm a U.S. citizen living and working outside of the United States for many years. Do I still need to file a U.S. tax return? Yes, if you are a U.S. citizen or a resident alien living outside the United States, your worldwide income is subject to U.S. income tax, regardless.
Oh, crazy, because you're still a fucking citizen. Welcome.
Of where you live. So you legitimately can't just move. Which then brings us to a somewhat related argument, the social contract theory. Or in other words, taxation isn't theft because we live in a society, which has kind of an obvious issue, which is that the social contract is something you would have to consent to.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Hey, guess what? Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, I mean you can't. Womp womp, sucks to suck. You can't consent to it. You're already in debt to it. You've already lived through it. What are you talking about? This is like complaining about like okay, this is some like insane shit. Like, you can't help me. I'll be in debt to you, and then I'll have to continue on with whatever your bullshit is. Like, now keep going.
And the entire problem is that you cannot not consent to the social contract because governments have not actually followed any ethical concept of homesteading when it comes to owning.
Homesteading. This is definitely some jargon he has specific definitions for that makes no sense.
Land. So they're just kind of claiming that you're a part of their society and owe them taxation because you just are. It is, in fact, actually just another circular argument. And
yeah, the circular argument of you use things constantly, you should pay for them, which is how companies work, by the way.
it's also just kind of a specific flawed argument that I like to refer to as kicking the can. It's when people just kind of kick the problem down to a different concept that has exactly the same problem and pretend that they fixed the problem. In this case, they're kicking the can of taxation being theft to avoid the conversation about taxation not being consensual to the social contract. Except the problem is you don't really have a way of getting out of the social contract either, because again, the state just claims they own everything, including you and all the land, and there's really no way you can get out of it. So it's...
Well, damn, maybe the realistic and ethical argument is to instead deal with the social contract and the taxation that goes along with it, and maybe seek to improve it in ways that aren't as, negative as you perceive them to be. Work within the system, maybe?
still non-consensual, and so no valid point is actually.
Yes, a lot of non-consensual things happen to you, but the funny part is that these guys like using non-consensual a lot because they just kind of want to equate it to like rape, which is very hyperbolic and is not the case because because like you do a lot of non-consensual things all the time, right? Did you consent to go to work today? No, you were coerced into doing so. You so did it. You weren't raped into working, were you? No.
Made here. For example, a common part of the argument for the social contract theory comes down to arguing for public goods. Or in other words, taxation is not theft because my public goods. And the issue here is, what exactly is a public good? What if you don't want to use the public good?
What if you don't want to use the public good? Well, unfortunately, you will end up using it. In fact, there are actually I can't imagine a single human fucking being in this country who doesn't use and doesn't benefit from a public good. First off, your protection. Sorry to say it, but you are constantly protected by the United States military. If you're a US citizen living abroad and you get like captured by terrorists, the US military will try to get you out of where you're captured. I mean, depending, but you know what I mean, right? Like turns out you are never gonna be independent and you will never be an island. You are not a self-made person. Sorry, sucks to suck, buddy. Be a little humble. How about that?
For instance, let's say that there's a street and a lamppost, but you don't ever want to use it. Is it still a public good? Do you still have to pay for it?
Yes, because odds are someone has used that lamppost and that street to support you in some manner. Next question.
This kind of brings us back to our earlier problem. You can't actually just move out of taxation. You can't just go out and create a private society out in the woods to avoid taxes. The state will still assume that you owe taxes. So there needs to be a way to actually get out of the contract and disassociate yourself from the so-called public good, or else the claim that it's consensual falls apart. It also just kind of brings a weird question to the whole public good.
I'm not a therapist. I had no accreditations in terms of psychology or therapy.
Good question, because there are cases of private things funded by somebody else that they allow others to use. It is entirely possible to make a good that is available to everybody for free without...
That's called charity, but the issue of charity is that it's inconsistent and dependent on one person's whims and is not what you'd call like a guaranteed public good.
Demanding that everybody also have to pay for it. So in many ways, it's also a false dichotomy fallacy. Making something available to all doesn't mean that all have to pay for it. People can voluntarily make something and give it away for free. It's called charity. So anyway, let's move on to a similar argument, which is that taxation isn't theft because voting. This is the idea that people vote for the taxes and you have the chance to vote for it or against it, and therefore it is not theft. Now, this is another silly one because majority rules in no way implies consent. For instance, if the majority of people in a society agreed to murder and torture somebody for funsies, that doesn't magically change the fact that it's still murder and torture. And at this point, I kind of have to point out one of the weird things about taxation, which is that people who think taxation isn't theft have accepted some really bizarre arguments in favor of taxation that, if you think about it, we would never ever accept for just about anything else. If you were kidnapped and forced into some kind of weird twisted game where everybody in a room, including you, vote
Why would you show Declaration of Memes? That guy's a fucking Nazi. Okay.
for who's going to die, and they vote for you to die, does that mean you consent to your own death? And
No.
remember, we've already gone over the argument that you can't just move out of it.
Okay, I should say right now, I don't think that you consented to being born or being in a government. Unfortunately, you are, and ethics outside of any realm of possibility is just like frivolous actions. It's just entertainment. Not useless entertainment, but it's just entertainment. But there are actually some really good ethics you can engage in that have real world possibilities. It's crazy, I know.
So this isn't a false comparison in any way. And the answer, of course, is that no way, you wouldn't see that as something that you've consented to. And that's just kind of the weird thing about trying to avoid admitting that taxation is theft. People have adopted just bizarre arguments that nobody would ever accept in any other context. For example, here's another one. Taxation is not theft because you have to engage in some kind of voluntary interaction before you get taxed. So yes, it's true when it comes to things like income tax or property tax or sales tax.
Boy.
It is true that you indeed have to consent to selling something or trading something in order for the taxation to occur. It is true that there is in fact no living tax. If you just kind of stand there and don't do anything, you don't really incur much in taxation. You will also eventually die, but yeah, that's besides the point. Of course, the problem with this argument is that it is again something that we would never accept for any other context. For example, if someone were to rob you and say, hey, stop right there, give me your wallet, or else I will pull the trigger and shoot you, does the act of you refusing to give them your wallet mean that you consent to being shot? No.
Anyways, this is boring. I'm done with this right now. I think I have a better one. Okay, this is just him regurgitating like 2013 era libertarian slop with the added vagrancy of crying about bread tubers 5 years after they are relevant. But this one, by him as well, should also be interesting. And if he cares that I found his video and talked about it with my 136 viewer live stream and makes a comment about me not watching the whole video so I can't criticize it, okay, sure. Anyways, this one should be better. Trust me, look at this. Already off to a good start. This, oh my fucking god. This one, oh my god, the fuck? It's called Manic Pixie Dream Girls. How VTubers accidentally debunked woke ideologues. This is definitely not going to be a personal thing for him. This would be awesome. Okay, let's go. 124k views. Launch it. Okay, those are anime figurines of not VTubers. Those are figurines of fictional characters, but sure. Oh no, he's one of those! Fuck! When one gender is mistreated, the other ends up becoming disenfranchised as well. I have no idea who the fuck quote this is. Imran Khan. Who gives a fuck, man? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's gonna be male loneliness means that VTubers are actually perfect, fucking representations of the desired feminine or some other weird nonsense that he's gonna use to explain his incel nonsense. Go.
Hey, internets. One of the more bizarre questions
Subtitles are on. Go.
out there is something I like to refer to as the VTuber question. Are VTubers cringe and degenerate? Or are they fine examples of just pure, harmless, youthful fun?
They're neither. They're whatever. It's just a VTuber is a person, I know, is a person who live streams themselves or makes videos of themselves using a virtual avatar and they post it online. They can be whatever. They tend to be of some kind of anime girl, since a lot of anime fans don't do much besides watch videos anyways. What was it? They aren't, I wouldn't call it degenerate. I just call it entertainment. Plenty of entertainment that is not, VTubers engaged in the same nonsense. It's not.
The answer to
Share it, Shent. We have moved on. Libertarian video has gotten boring, and he talked about my arguments, and I covered it. Good enough for me. But this one should be more entertaining, potentially.
To which is all pretty subjective and something you can argue either way. But what's more interesting is a question that often comes packed with the VTuber question, which is, are VTubers political? And that question often gets...
Okay, so the answer, you might be surprised, is yes. They are. I'm political. All VTubers are political. Everything's political. Here's the problem when people complain about XYZ person saying the thing is political, right? Is that, well, sure, you can derive political angles from anything. Those angles should be supported by lots of evidence, or else it's a worthless statement. It's not an untrue statement. There is plenty of political background behind a VTuber, right? Like why would somebody engage in a streaming career in the first place? Why can't they engage in a different form of employment? Why are people watching people doing kayfabe performances of anime girls instead of like a person being their true self? You can do a bunch of shit like that, right? But like for the most part, it's not like a good use of time to do so, because this is just like frivolous entertainment that doesn't have like any deeper political value, right? Except for my live streams. I'm a pretty deeply political VTuber, you know what I'm saying, dog?
Swept under the rug with usually the milquetoast answer, which is that, oh, it just depends on the VTuber. Some VTubers like Kirsch focus on politics a lot. Then you have others like Pip.
I think my head will be blocking a lot of jiggle physics, so you're just gonna have to fucking deal with that, dog. And like, no, it's not one or the other. It's all. Welcome.
Who are occasionally political, and then you have fun little moments like this one.
What do you think of men who get cooked?
I think that's really sad. They should beat their wives.
I think, oof, fun idea. I think that's called a joke. I think that is called a joke. I think it's called a joke.
Peachy, isn't it? But honestly, most of them tend to avoid the subject of politics entirely, unless it's in the context of a joke. Like, for example, Iron Mouse reacting to AI of Donald Trump and Joe Biden playing video games, which is political, but obviously just satire, which is honestly a smart position for most VTubers to take. Treat politics as something to laugh at, instead of taking a serious stance, so that way they don't alienate half their audience. And so that's the answer you're gonna usually get when you ask the question of, are VTubers political? But that's not where I'm taking this.
Oh
There's
boy.
a much more interesting way to answer this question, which is to interpret it as, are VTubers inherently political? Is there something about VTubers that has inadvertently proven something about modern culture through their
Oh no,
rise
go
and
ahead.
success that
Keep
most
going.
people wouldn't even notice or even think about? That perhaps there's an experiment that all VTubers have been participating in, whether they know it or not, which handedly disproves a major mainstream media narrative. Intentional logical fallacies are used.
Oh, it's his advertisement part. Skip. Wait. Yep, QR code, blind spot, ground news. Everyone does fucking ground news.
But anyways, the
All
answer
right.
to that question, have VTubers accidentally proven something about our culture that mass media doesn't really want to talk about, is in fact a very large yes.
Oh
And
boy.
It's something that starts to reveal
Oh
itself
boy.
when you start to examine the phrase manic pixie dream girl. A fantastic
Oh no. Okay, so before he says anything, this is a media trope people use, usually in a negative sense. Usually in like whatever piece of media. A manic pixie dream girl is like the main character is usually some male character who's like, you know, usually down and out, you know, not on the up and up, dour life, boring life, and then a magical woman comes out of nowhere. Not inherently magical, but like magically, it seems almost, who's upbeat and outgoing and wants to make the male character happy and do fun things, right? Comes out of nowhere to be this great source not of entertainment, but of comfort and escapism. That's what that is, right? She solves all of his problems. That's what that is. Now, sometimes it's done well enough that's not like annoying and like overbearing. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's subverted a lot, you know? I think Haruhi Suzumiya does a good job of subverting that entire genre on its own, but keep going.
fantastic example of how modern cultural critique is filled with a lot of really dumb ideas that are both largely
boy.
misandrous towards men, but
Misandrous? It's misandrous for men to imagine that out of the blue, a woman will magically, for no reason, really care about them and want to fix all their problems. That's misandrous. Yep.
interestingly, in this particular case, it's also something that has a side effect of being severely damaging to young women, in that it preaches to young ladies a false narrative that, when taken seriously, will result in them making a series of really bad and dumb decisions that will ultimately ruin her life and destroy any romantic prospects she may have.
I might be wrong here, but I think the person saying this is a man and may or may not be wrong in what he's saying about women's lived experiences.
And VTubers have just kind of accidentally proven just how stupid this concept is. So
Oh boy.
what exactly is a manic pixie dream girl, you may
Tell
ask?
us.
I'm sure some people who clicked on this video already have a basic concept of it, but for those who don't know, manic pixie dream girl is a trope, a character archetype of something commonly found in fiction, although can occasionally exist outside of it. And the character usually has the following traits. The first is that they are eccentric or has a quirky personality, you know, not like the other girls type. They're also young, female, and usually single, and so in fiction she will usually be the romantic interest or the hero of the story. She also often has interests and hobbies that are less common for a woman of her age. She's usually optimistic and positive about life, although this rule can be broken if it's in line with her.
I think the previous rule could be broken actually, but sure, yeah, they're also all gamers. That's not the case.
eccentric nature. And lastly, she usually ends up teaching the hero of the story something about life. She either helps him get on his feet, provides him with some kind of motivation, or again, just serves as the basic love interest of the story. So basically,
yes, so the issue with this character archetype is that when it's played very straight, it's just very pandering to the male audience, right? It's just like, here's this woman who's super ideal and will work with you and will not ask for anything in return relationship-wise. Male audience, here you go. No challenging questions had, no conflict involving you personally, just here, right? It's patronizing. It's like when like a movie has like the main character is a white guy and he like, you know, there's like it's like an old black guy who like is within proximity of them when they're like at their job or whatever, right? And you know, he has this conflict and then the old wise black man comes up to him and gives him a piece of rueful, you know, just great advice because he's magical almost, right? The same fucking shit, right? It's just pandering to you know, an audience, right? You could say the same about like a lot of like male characters. Like, I'm only basing off the movies, but isn't Edward from Twilight the same thing as this, right? He's not like the other boys. He has a secret. He's this weird eccentric lifestyle. He's a vampire or some shit, right? He's super interested in the female lead for no fucking reason, right? All those things apply to him, you know? And if it's not unheard of for people to say that this movie is pretty pandering towards women. In fact, lots of men will say that. Crazy, huh?
basically, she's quirky, she's positive, she's fun, she's different. And she's also, strangely enough, an archetype that you could easily apply to, well, pretty much every single successful VTuber.
So, here's the issue. Here's the issue. A VTuber is an entertainer. They aren't a character in a piece of fiction designed around a main character that's a man. They are a person who is online and just wants to entertain a massive number of people. They aren't some weird stranger who all of a sudden focuses in on one person, which is the pandering part of the Manic Pixie Dream Girl, right? It's a core fucking difference, you dummy. Yeah, there are also male VTubers. What about them, huh? Anyways, but like he probably has an argument against or about male VTubers already, but like, you know what I mean, right? Like a VTuber is, that's like saying that they're like hey, Conan or Jimmy Kimmel are also Manic Pixie Dream Girls, right? Because I turned the fucking television on, and they're over there, they're smiling and they're happy and they're really interested in entertaining me. They're just like a Manic Pixie Dream Girl. Like, no, they're doing it as their fucking job, and they're doing it to millions of fucking people. Jesus. But sure, yeah.
I actually found,
I think this is actually ironic enough. This video might be proving a different idea about VTubers, about parasocialness online.
That it was harder to find a VTuber that doesn't fit under the Manic Pixie Dream Girl label. The vast majority of the VTubing industry can.
Oh God, I don't say. Listen. It's fine if you watch this stuff. You're not a bad person or anything. It's just, it's not for me. Whatever's going on behind my head in this video, it's not for me. That's all I'm gonna say.
Can be understood as young girls, usually with a fun and upbeat disposition, using an anime model instead of just being a cam girl, and they usually have some kind of eccentric or unique backstory to their character. There's some men out there who are VTubers, but mostly it's young women, usually women under the age of 35. And what VTubers mostly do is provide entertainment in a manner that is mostly pandering to a male audience.
Oh, pandering. Good job. You recognize that.
So they'll do things like streaming video games or reacting to internet memes while being quirky and fun. The only real difference here is, again, they're not entirely fictional. There is a real person behind the model.
Yeah, but it's kayfabe. They're playing a character. They're playing it up. And you'd be surprised how angry people can be when kayfabe is broken. You know? Well,
but at the same time, they're still somewhat playing a character. I mean, most of them break character all the time, and only occasionally play within their role. In many ways, VTubers are just female streamers using an anime character. But the point is, the successful ones, at least, nearly all fall under the Manic Pixie Dream Girl archetype, which is very, very interesting. Because the thing about the Manic Pixie Dream Girl is that it's also an archetype that is very deeply hated by the sort of neo-Marxist woke progressive.
Ah, there we go. We got it. We fucking got it. He finally went political on our asses, dude. Neo-Marxist, woke, progressive. He listed out all the ways that trope is pandering and kind of tired and hacky, and then he's going, well, all these wokeists hate it, so it's good.
Of types. And they, of course, use the usual Prague snarl words. It's problematic, or it...
Oh, god damn it, this fucking guy. These fucking cunts. They love their stupid fucking drawings, don't they, huh? You're the ugly person. I'm the cool guy who's just shrugging. I win. I'll draw the fucking epic base Wojak, just you wait. Hang on, I got that good picture. Hang on, I got a great image. Okay. I draw you as the soy jack. What was it? This is literally fucking him. It's literally him, dude. Dude, he's Tomoko going through a list of fucking of soy jacks and going, once I pick the perfect soy jack to portray you as, your life is fucking over, dude. Like, come on, dude. Come at this from like a more, I mean, I'm not gonna say I've never done ad hominems, but I do it to people who probably deserve it. This guy's doing it to people who make like long video essays that deeply explain their positions. You know, they aren't people that I talked about, like on my last video, who are just racists. You know, big difference. This is a great photograph. I love this one. In fact, you know, I'm saving it right now. Future uses probably be useful. Anyways,
it's sexist, or that it's harmful in some way.
Okay, so Manic Pixie Dream Girls are kind of inherently sexist because it's just like, women are meant to serve men. That's what the character archetype is meant to do, is to serve a male character. And it's not bad to have one in your fucking story. It's just when they have a million of them in their fucking stories, it kind of portrays a societal bias that might not be good for women. That's it. If every fucking movie has one, if every fucking TV show has one, that kind of just telling men to like not try, and that telling women to like, you know, do a lot of emotional labor for no reason for random dudes. You know, it's just tired, and it's not realistic either. It's if anything, it's more damaging to men, dude. Like, I don't think men get anything out of hearing this shit, you know?
Because, you know, it hurt their subjective feelings, so therefore it's harmful. Their logic is flawless. Don't question it, don't think about it, just accept it. And they've been talking about this.
Oh yeah, by the way, all these people really get angry when you question their stuff. They don't take criticism at all, right? Trust me, I'm the guy criticizing them right now and doing it perfectly safe from my home. Like, what are you talking about? What threat is there of you criticizing it, motherfucker? Fun.
This for much longer than VTubers have been a thing, and so VTubers aren't really their go-to example.
Oh no, the bad place. Oh no, the people with, hang on, what was that view count? That's pretty good view count. It was from 13 fucking years ago. Who gives a shit? Also, have you seen this movie? I haven't. Why the fuck would I trust your opinion on it more than I trust mine and then hers? She's seen it, I bet.
VTubers have been a thing, and so VTubers aren't really their go-to example. Instead, they complain about characters usually in mainstream movies like Summer from, you know, Days of Summer, or Sam from Garden State, or Ruby from Ruby Sparks. And their complaints about it are as follows. The first is that the Manic Pixie Dream Girl only exists to help the male hero out of depression, and that she is therefore just a tool to be used to this end. The second complaint is that she has no life of her own, and often her family has no part in her depiction. Also, she has no will of her own, and just goes along with whatever men want her to do, which is then used to imply that she's failing to pursue her own happiness, and that she's helping men grow while experiencing no growth herself, and that the Manic Pixie Dream Girl is just in general unrealistic. Overall, the main complaint here seems...
So, what I predict he'll do is go nuts. Let's see. What I predict this man will do is he will say that, like, this is getting rid of the female character's agency. That what if the character really likes helping out random strange men, just like people do in real life? Certainly. What if you're putting down her preferences in developing relationships, huh? How feminist of you to put down other women, other fictional women written by men. In fact, here, let's look up, what was that fucking summer, dude, 500. How dare you put down the female character from a movie written by two men? Yeah, well, sexism, transphobia, they're not even, like, they're more than interconnected. They're almost the same thing. But yeah, no, that's kind of true.
Seems to be just woke progressive feminists screeching that women
screeching. These people aren't screeching, by the way. This is such a fucking gay, soy, incorrect characterization. I bet if you watch that video that Anita made 13 years ago, she's not screeching. She's just talking the same way your ass is talking without the fucking gay vaporwave backdrop and the weird drawings. No, they love using Wojak, Shent. It's all they have. That's half their argument is, look, you're disgusting. See? I win. Because disgust is a very strong visceral reaction, and weaponizing it is very effective for them. That's why I kind of use it sometimes too. But they use like these like lazy ones though that aren't as accurate as the ones I would use against conservatives.
are not
oh fuck, widescreen. Sorry. Also, like I can bet you right now that like women who would talk about manic pixie dream girl shit probably are women who have to go outside all the time, deal with academic stuff, have jobs. They're probably pretty hygienic and take care of their appearance a lot more than men who make videos like this do. So I wouldn't call them gross.
Objects that exist to help men or inspire them.
And lots of Republicans are gross too. We saw that video earlier of Elon Musk and Trump. They both look fucking haggard and sickly in that video.
Men happy or whatever. And that the manic pixie dream girl archetype somehow implies that they are. Now, like all midwit takes,
you cannot use this. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. You use Wojaks. You use feminist Wojaks. I bet your ass you got that shit off fucking Tumblr in action or Kotaku in action, motherfucker. Okay? You cannot do this. This is some shit I pointed out in my last video. How there are people my age and younger who call everything Reddit and they don't know what the fuck that means because they just heard someone else call things Reddit. They saw their epic memes on Discord and Twitter call things Reddit and they don't know what the fuck that means because they themselves are Redditors, right? It's really bad.
There is a base level of truth in these people whining about manic pixie dream girls, because unrealistic characters to serve as romantic interest absolutely do exist, and they can get pretty darn cringe.
That's weird.
For example, a common trope you might see in romance novels written for women is an alpha male Giga Chad with supernatural powers, taking interest in a totally ordinary, normal, boring girl for basically no reason, and he then proceeds to take care of her and
oh boy!
her.
Oh, look! Twilight, like I said!
Throughout the story for, again, basically no reason. Twilight is usually given as the basic example of this, but it happens a lot. And on the flip side, you can also find unrealistic female characters in things like Japanese harem anime, where an extremely boring male character, with no personality so to speak, that always looks like Shinji for some reason, gets his pick of a slew of extremely attractive female characters who all have the hots for him for basically no reason whatsoever.
Okay, so what he might do is just say that since there's multiple examples for different genders and interests, then we can't complain because all is fair, buddy. All is fair. It's just, one example was the Manic Pixie Dream Girl, which is evident in a lot of large budgeted famous movies and books and TV shows and video games and anime. And the other was like in Twilight, which is from a book and is mainly a book thing. And like books that most people consider trashy and books that most people consider to be porn, by the way. Right? Like half those books I bet he listed off are smut. Smut and an actual romance movie are two very different fucking things, and you can't really compare them accurately, dog. And then anime, which is not representative of society as a whole at all. And then also, if you're gonna say, well, all is fair, we all do it to each other, maybe we should stop. Is that possible, buddy? Is that fucking possible? By the way, when people make videos about like Manic Pixie Dream Girls, they aren't saying we should ban these. They're saying like, hey, this is kind of dumb when you do it this way. Could you be a bit more creative? Have they tried that first?
He just kind of exists, and suddenly all these girls who have been designed to have absolutely no unattractive traits in them whatsoever suddenly all want him. And it's true that these tropes can be bad, however, they're not exactly sexist and harmful, at least not to the gender they represent. Rather, they're usually harmful more so to the people reading them.
Okay, good job. You are maybe not as dumb as I thought you were. Yes, Manic Pixie Dream Girls are mainly harmful for the guys who engage in the media because it teaches them that like you don't have to actually try at all. And you're just wasting your time. I guess the actual point that maybe Anita might have made in her video, if you showed clips of it or not, is that like when you have this pervasive enough in culture, you know, maybe it does through brute force affect the way people feel about themselves, right? Can you imagine a patriarchal culture influencing the way women act? The answer is yes. Congratulations.
Problem with these kind of characters is that they're wish fulfillment characters. They give young readers an extremely unrealistic expectation for the opposite sex, which can absolutely lead to people becoming cold and alone. I mean, there's a reason why harem anime is often laughed at as a genre of anime that is mainly for virgins, because it kinda is, to be honest. A really basic red pill advice for young men is that you can't just sit around and wait for some 10 out of 10 pure-hearted female with absolutely no flaws about her whatsoever to just magically take an interest in you.
More AI slop, thank you.
And do all the work, and just want you for no reason.
This is me most of the time, by the way. This is what I do all day. I just sit here, laying back, eyes heavy lidded, in my bisexual lighting room, tapping my keyboard randomly and moving the mouse around and like flopping at my fucking pawing at my headset for some fucking reason. Yeah.
That just doesn't happen. Rather, what happens most of the time is that you end up with the partner you earned. So in reality, you have to become the kind of man that the kind of woman you want finds attractive. And of course, the same thing is true in reverse. If a woman is not attractive to the kind of man that she finds attractive, she's not going to get that man. There are exceptions to this basic rule, but most of the time, you can't just do nothing and have your perfect dream partner fall into your life. You have to actually do something. And in many ways, it's very similar to economics. You have to offer people something that they want.
Oh, he's showing Reciteer. That's that store running anime. What's up?
In order to get what you want.
Anime game.
And there's another channel known as Home Math that kind of goes into this.
No, not Home Math, motherfucker. God damn it. Home Math's a fucking creep. Don't watch him. He's a sicko.
Extensively when talking about relationship advice. A big problem with the dating market is that too many people are going into it only thinking about what they can get out of it, rather than going into it thinking about what they have to give, or what exactly is it about you that makes you a good partner. And I have a special understanding of this because one thing people might not know about me is that I'm actually a married man. I normally would never
That's embarrassing.
Bring this up, and I know
it's fine. I'm not gonna make fun of him for making YouTube videos about VTubers as a married man. Not making fun of that at all. Nope.
I don't really talk about myself much because it doesn't really matter in the context of philosophical or political channel. But it is relevant because I can point out one very simple fact about a lasting marriage, which is that you have to care about what your partner wants. You have to care about their well-being. In order for love to work and for it to last, you have to wake up every day thinking about what you have to give, rather than just what you can get out of your partner.
Okay, well, I don't know. It's okay. This is just a bit like, I don't know. This is a bit sociopathic. Hang on. So I assume if you're in a relationship with somebody, you inherently like that person for who they are, and they don't have to be constantly like working to satisfy you somehow. Like sure, if they're like unemployed and like a big and being a slob, then like for no reason out of the blue, then yeah, tell them to stop. But like for the most part, you like them for them. You're not liking them for their continuous endless performance, right? Yeah, it sounds like so transactional. It's such a libertarian way of viewing things, dude. Very weird.
If I didn't care about my wife's well-being, or if she didn't care about my well-being, it wouldn't work. You both have to genuinely respect each other's will, almost as if it were your own. And so that is just kind of the basic nugget of truth that exists within this critique of the manic pixie dream girl archetype that we're seeing from these neo-Marxist woke progressive feminists.
Oh my fucking Christ.
Types. The problem is, and where they completely screw up and get it all completely backwards, is that what they're whining about isn't actually unrealistic at all. I decided to watch some of the movies and look at some of the characters that are often called out as being manic pixie dream girls.
Oh, he did watch it. Great job.
And the only consistency I found is that they were women, they had some femininity and some quirkiness to their personality, they liked to have fun, and they didn't hate men. So,
oh my fucking Christ. So obviously I'm not gonna go back over this movie in my movie because I haven't seen these movies either. But like I've seen enough media, especially on the anime side, about this type of stuff. And like, dog, maybe, and I'm just saying this, maybe I'm getting too woke right now. Maybe you should ask a woman about this. Now he probably has a quote here in this video about his wife agreeing with him. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But I can imagine a woman watching movies where the girl does everything to make a guy's life better for seemingly no reason, and seeing that 24/7 across multiple years in lots of media could maybe say, hey, this is a weird trend where we're all of a sudden expecting women to do all the actual labor in a relationship to make one person happy and be expected to be happy 24/7. He is doing the lame thing where he's saying that, like, actually, you know what? What's wrong with a female character who's just happy? Is that bad? Is that bad? Is that woke? Neo-Marxists? And like, no, it's not. But it's annoying when it's done forever, and it's only for one gender, and it's done for like romance movies. Maybe then you realize, yeah, it's like super pandering, and it's not even just super pandering, it's just super fucking gay.
To any woman out watching this, if you meet these 4 traits, congratulations, you apparently don't exist.
Also, he didn't point out the weird obsession with one person.
So what?
Oh, wait, her? Her's about a robot AI. What the fuck are you talking? Sure, that's a movie. Yeah, sure.
What we are seeing here is kind of the reverse problem. Rather than setting an unrealistically high bar for a potential partner, what we're really seeing here is an example of feminist critique going too far. They're setting an unrealistically low bar for women to go for. Or if you are anything other than a man-hating, scowling, strong woman who don't need no man, then you somehow represent...
That's not what the fuck they're talking about, you scumbag. Oh, and he's pointing out fucking Stellar Blade. Ooh, boy. Of course it's fucking Stellar Blade. No. That's not what they're saying. They're saying maybe give female characters more agency beyond just, how can this character make this guy more happy? Which is the problem with the movies, is that the character only exists to make the man happy. That's it. You can have that every now and then, but not 24/7, which is the issue. It's a prevalent trope, or at least it was. Maybe isn't nowadays, actually, since a lot of writers have recognized that as a annoying, repetitive flaw in writing.
A problematic, unrealistic standard, and that's of course completely ridiculous. It kind of reminds me of the male incel community complaining about how women aren't interested in men who are poor, stupid, and short, or otherwise lack any masculinity in them whatsoever. Just because standards exist doesn't mean you're being oppressed. And look, I get it.
It's not a standard, motherfucker. No one has this. I mean, the movies generate the standard, actually, but like, oh my god. Yeah, no, it's not a standard. The standard isn't always be happy and smile. And you know what? Actually, if you look at things sociologically from the past, that's kind of been the problem with women, is that men have constantly derided them for not being positive 24/7. And you know what? Maybe we deserve some fucking pushback for that, right? This is the same attitude that like makes men get mad when the waitress doesn't like look at them and smile when he's ordering things 24/7, right? Or when they don't, tolerate him fucking putting his arm on her his hand on her arm when he's ordering, right? Like, fuck, man. Ugh, this is so gay.
It can be
Where's the fucking VTubers, man? Come on.
really hard to meet some of those standards.
That's why I came to this video for. I didn't come here for fucking 10 minutes of like gay bullshit, like talking about romance movies and
especially as a guy, because some of those standards are indeed a lot higher. But whining about it doesn't really change the fact that that bar exists. And going back to VTubers and examining them alongside the movies that get accused of having manic pixie dream girls in them, we can easily see how this bar isn't really that unrealistic at all. And a lot of the critique also has some really obviously faulty logic when you think about it, which really shouldn't surprise anybody, because one of the main central components of neo-Marxist philosophy is that they tend to view everything through the false dichotomy of victims and oppressors, when in reality social interaction is much more complicated than that. And as a result of this, they tend to commit false dichotomy fallacies and make bad faith arguments all the time. For example, one really stupid and very common false dichotomy is objectification. For example, attractive female characters in a story exist, or lots of YouTubers like to use sexy models. And therefore, men who enjoy that are objectifying them.
No. This is stupid. First off, at least when it comes to VTubers, I assume they're the ones who A-OK their character designs. So it's not even comparable to having sexed up characters in like media, right? That are not controlled by the actresses, right? I assume this person was fine with this VTuber model and wants to play up the fact that it has large breasts. But like in a video game like fucking Stellar Blade, when quite literally most of the game is generated around collecting more and more sexy outfits for your weird character to play as and play in, a character who has no characterization whatsoever, has no attitude, is just a fucking blank, boring slate that doesn't do anything or have any opinions, then yeah, it's basically like playing as a sex doll. Okay, you notice how like these guys never talk about like when people really like sexed up characters that are like woke, you know? Like, did they ever talk about like how everyone's like supports like Bayonetta, right? Like Bayonetta is like a super sexed up character, but she owns it and it's part of her identity and it's how she manifests confidence in herself very openly in the games, right? It's part of her character, right? She's not like a bland, boring dipshit. She's not oblivious to the fact that she's a sex object. That's the fucking thing. Is that sex objects tend to be characters that don't understand that they're being sexy. That's it, right? That's the difference, right? And you know what? Ignoring the fact that this is a character being played, sometimes VTubers do engage in this. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do this thing where they pretend to not understand that their models are basically meant for gooner bait, you know, and they act dumb, right? And acting dumb is part of being a sex object, right? Is because you know you don't actually have the mental fortitude to understand that you're being sexually alluring to men. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe I'm too woke on that part, but that's what a sex object is something that's sexual with no agency and a really stupid character like fucking Stellar Blade Eve probably meets the fucking bill. I wouldn't say 2B meets the bill from Nier Automata because 2B not only is a very strongly willed character who can be seen as a dick, right? But also, her and Ines don't have a concept of sex. So them wearing stupid fucking outfits is just a personal choice on the part of the director that doesn't actually play into the game. It's a bit different. I would say it's a bit different. And it also meets with the core themes of the game as well about, you know, this whole fucking Garden of Eden nonsense, androids becoming humans, you know, that type of shit.
They only view her as an object, but that's actually a false dichotomy. It is entirely possible, in fact very common, for a man to find a woman sexy and attractive and still respect her as a human being with human rights. Just because sex sells doesn't mean that men only view women as sex objects. You can absolutely find a woman sexy and still respect her. And yet whenever I see these radical feminist neo-Marxist critiques of art and literature and whatnot,
now most people criticize VTuber models being like, you know, big and sexy because like it's just kind of annoying more than it's sexist, right? Like it's just, you know, pretty lowbrow, easy to do, kind of lazy if anything else type of like appeal, right, towards random men who are just stupid and want to like see a hot image. That's where most people criticize things like that.
They just automatically assume that any attractive female character is being objectified, which is objectively invalid reasoning. Those two scales are not tied together. Men's brains do not work in a way where the more attractive we see a woman, we then automatically have to see her as less of a human being. The personality scale and the look scale are entirely capable of going up and down independently of each other. And yet, because neo-Marxist philosophy tends to view the evil, straight, white male as the oppressor group, it is automatically
unfortunately, Shent, based on the title, I think this guy's gonna somehow pull out of his ass that VTubers are actually going to save men. Are going to, or at least are going to be beneficial to men in some fashion.
They always taken in bad faith, and so it is assumed that the evil, straight, white male must...
Oh, fuck off, you fucking annoying fucking snowflake. Jesus Christ, you're so offended.
Therefore be objectifying any woman who is found to be attractive or any woman in art or literature who is attractive. And that's objectively not true. It's a false dichotomy fallacy. It's not a sustainable...
By the way, I'm sorry. I hate the fallacy calling out that. If anything, that's the most Reddit shit you can ever do. Is just call out fallacies like that, like constantly, and resorting to them. Isn't there a fallacy about using fallacies? I imagine there is. If I looked up on Rational Wiki enough, you could probably find something like that shit. God damn it, man. It's so Reddit.
Argument. And as I've just shown you, it falls apart very easily when examined. And here's the thing. The same thing is true for pretty much all the other complaints about the Manic Pixie Dream Girl. For example, going back to VTubers. There are a lot of young, depressed men in...
So, I would argue, in a weird way, in a weird way, like, VTubers, especially ones that are really just selling themselves off of sexual appeal, are kind of doing, like drag, right? Am I wrong? Is that not what, like, drag is? Like, just, like, exaggerated portrayal of, like, femininity, right? Except it's, like, anime drag, essentially, right? It's a big performance. They play up a character. They use a fake, artificial, costume that's meant to, look like this exaggerated, caricature of attractiveness, which is what most VTubers are. The only difference is that it's a completely different aesthetic they're going for, right? Drag is its own weird aesthetic, and VTubers are an anime aesthetic, but it's essentially just that, right? And I have no problem with them doing so, right? I mean, they're not, like, objectifying a real woman. They're objectifying this, like, weird concept of a woman, but, like, they're not. I mean, they're still a person behind that, who I assume is a woman. If it's a guy, it'd be really funny. But, like, it's just a drag performance. And if you tell some, like, tell some Reddit right-wing anime guy that, he probably would get very mad.
In the Western society. That's just an unfortunate reality. And for many of them, watching VTubers helps them out of that depression. Does that...
Oh my fucking god. Anything helps you out of fucking depression, you dumb fuck. What are you talking about? Everything does. Eating a gallon of ice cream and get a fucking random white dude out of depression. Is that good for them to do all day? No. Am I even saying you can't, like, watch VTubers all day? It's just like, oh, it helps me cope. That's great. I'm glad for you. And who cares? It probably feels odd to you because it's very pandering. It's very obvious what they're doing, right? What you could probably take solace in is knowing that people who actually do engage in that stuff are probably stupid.
That mean they see the VTuber as just a tool to bring him out of depression? Just an object with no will of her own? Just a means to an end of that goal? No, of course not. That's ridiculous. That is just another false dichotomy. For the exact same reason, just because someone helped you out of depression doesn't mean you view them as a tool with no human agency of their own. That's ridiculous. And going back to mainstream movies, we then have to ask, so why is it that Sam...
And going back to the subject of the video I wasn't talking about in this title, we'll go back to movies. Who gives a fuck? Talk about VTubers. What was going for, man? You bastard. Okay.
In Garden State is therefore just an automatic objectified tool for helping Andrew out of depression. Why does that need to imply that she has no agency of her own? It really doesn't make any sense.
I guess the issue really is that Sam doesn't know what she's doing. Or, sorry, isn't aware of what she's doing as a character, right? You know, it's a really good anime you should watch, person in this video. Welcome to the NHK. It's a really good anime if you watch the whole thing. It has what you at first would assume to be a Manic Pixie Dream Girl, but it gets very interesting very fast. That's a great show.
As soon as you realize that it's just all false dichotomy. And she's also not a perfect girl at all. She's not unrealistic. She has problems of her own. If you actually watch the movie, Sam has some pretty serious issues. Or how about the idea that the Manic Pixie Dream Girl has no life of her own? I mean, where's that even coming from? So because a girl doesn't open up about who she is and give us a massive backstory about everything in her life, then she has no life of her own? I mean, plenty of streamers, not just VTubers, and plenty of content creators don't talk about their life that much out.
Well, yeah, but like in a story, the Manic Pixie Dream Girl is not showing off her life to the man that she's falling in love with. I imagine when you fall in love with somebody, you do tell them about your entire fucking life and involvement with your life. When you make YouTube videos and live streaming content, you're being an entertainer, and your job is to entertain people for periods of time. If I sat here and just, like, I don't know what did my taxes, or, like, played a video game in complete silence listening to, like, YouTube, which is what I normally do on my off time, would that be entertainment? Maybe to some freaks, but for the most part, I don't think so.
outside of what content they make.
You probably should have a counter for the number of times that fucking it's a statement. Those words have been said together at this point.
That doesn't imply that we have no life. And
okay, you're on strike one, buddy. 1.5 times speed. Get interesting now.
It certainly doesn't mean that you're only allowed to look at them as someone who has no life. Again, another stupid, bad faith false dichotomy, where the evil, straight white male is assumed to be a villain who only views others as a means to an end. And then the weirdest critique of the manic pixie dream girl has to be failing to pursue her own happiness. Because that's a case where it can be entirely reciprocal. Lots of people have fun making other people happy. That makes them happy.
Oh my fucking Christ. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. But Jesus Christ, if VTuber isn't doing this, oh my fucking Christ. They're doing this to make money, and they're doing this to provide content and to create things. They're not doing this because they personally want all their audience members to be always happy forever. God damn it, man. I'm not trying to be like cynical or anything here, but like, these are two things you can't compare. You really can't compare these. One is a literary character that exists within a literary universe, and the other is a real person doing a fucking performance. Oh, Christ.
Having fun and being entertaining for others can be a mutually beneficial act, like with Summer in 500 Days of Summer. And all the silly antics that she's pulling, her character seems to be having just as much fun.
Oh my fucking Christ. The character can't be doing any weird tropes or traits. They're having fun. They aren't being an object. Look, they're smiling. There's no problems.
In fact,
not even problems with the character, but problems with the fucking narrative.
In many cases, she seemed to have more fun than the male main character. And with VTubers, most of those girls stream for hours on end, and you can tell that they're genuinely enjoying it and having fun with.
Oh my god, this guy would fall. Oh, dude. Oh, yeah, bro. The stripper's into you, dog. The stripper's so into you, dude. You're so fucking. Oh my fucking Christ. It's their job. For many VTubers, it is literally their job to be happy and to represent themselves in a positive manner, so that way people don't leave, because no one wants to watch a VTuber who's like a dour, angry dipshit like me. like it's their job, bro. What are you talking about? This is like it's like saying, no, guys, Jimmy Kimmel really likes doing. I mean, don't get me wrong. These guys like what they're doing because it's pretty easy. I mean, not easy, but it's a better lifestyle, right? It's a better way of making money than like working longer hours in a shitty fucking place, you know? But like, do they go into stream one day just being pissed off and they're like, listen guys, I only ever go into stream acting whatever way I'm acting IRL, okay? No.
Their audience. Which then kind of brings you to another problem with neo-Marxist woke progressive thought, which is that they tend to have a very bizarre.
This is what you should see when you hear the word neo-Marxist woke progressive thought.
Zero-sum mentality towards the world. They tend to think that one person's gain is another person's loss. One class is the victim, the other class is the oppressor. All again stemming from false dichotomies. And what ends up happening as a result of this is that the sort of radical neo-Marxist feminist types end up shaming any woman who doesn't hate men, which is probably.
What the fuck are you talking about? Half of them get married. You are this is such a straw man, you dumb tipshit. Oh my god, dude. You're straw manning people who have like the basic critiques of narratives and showing this dipshit, this person. I'm not what you'd call a fan. I don't know too much, but what I have seen, I'm not a fan of. There's some edgy dipshit. He's married, yes. It's whatever.
Really why I see the word pick Misha often being thrown at VTubers. Now, on the surface of the word, pick Misha is defined as a woman who devalues herself in order to get picked by men, or a woman.
So they're not trying to get picked by men. They are doing a drag show where they're trying to appeal towards men. That's it. It's not like I'm not talking down to them. I think you could use that term for like real people who are really trying to appeal towards men, you know? But like a VTuber is doing a show appealing towards men for financial gain as a job. You know?
Who's constantly seeking validation from men. But the problem is, the word in practice generally gets used against any lady who happens to get along with men just fine, or just does something that the neo-Marxists don't like. For example, apparently Dipper Dog is a pick-me because she reacted to a video of men doing better than women at hunting.
What is this nonsense? Sure, maybe this person, if I watch the video, is just like doing pandering shit. by the way, maybe if the drag performance is to be pandering towards men like they're fucking babies and infants, yeah, there's a problem with that. But for the most part, if a VTuber is a woman who's for a couple hours gonna be really interested in playing a video game like Elden Ring, sure, go nuts. You know what's really funny is that there are plenty of streamers who are women and sometimes even VTubers, who just like playing video games, are not actually trying to like appeal towards men, and are just playing a video game and enjoying it in their own way. And you know, it's crazy, right? Like I had a friend who would watch this one YouTuber play Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, right? The catch up before she played Tears of the Kingdom when it came out like a year or two ago. And like it was way different than what you normally get from like a Let's Player, right? This chick was like calm, she was reacting very subtly to the story. And you know what? Good for her. She enjoyed that. You know, it's maybe there is a bit of pick me stuff going on, but maybe it's also just a preference for what kind of content you're gonna make. The people who watch videos like that are what we call stupid people, okay, who should value their time more, I say as I watch this video.
So she had fun laughing at one of the basic biological differences between male and female in humans. Apparently this is pick-me behavior. Or how
No, that video is meant to make men feel better about themselves for stuff they haven't done. That's what that video is for. No one who watched that video has done survival bullshit. Trust me.
about another example? Apparently
But they love to point it out. Oh, what's this nonsense?
Smug Elena is a pick-me for making fun of game journos over the whole Black Myth Wukong fiasco. Okay, so sometimes VTubers make fun of Woketoids too, and that somehow makes them pick-me's.
What did they say? What did they say?
Gee, it's almost like pick-me isn't really a word that's used with any kind of consistency in regards to what it's supposed to be defined as. It's almost like it's just being used as shaming language against any woman who steps out of line and goes against the cult of woke. And the more
By the way, he's pointing out like a 4chan thread where they're making fun of it, but like,
you look into it, that seems to be exactly what's going on. Like another silly example, apparently every single VTuber who played Hogwarts Legacy, from Pikami, Pipk, and Pippa, is a pick-me girl for playing Hogwarts Legacy.
okay, well, no, this is different here. First off, you're not a bad person for playing Hogwarts Legacy. It's whatever, right? I would really prefer it if everything Hogwarts related, everything fucking Harry Potter related, didn't make J.K. Rowling money. But unfortunately, thanks to copyright, it does. Personally, I don't really care much for Harry Potter. They're okay movies. I read some of the books when I was younger. They were kind of boring, to be honest. But like, it's whatever. The author is a fucking horrid woman who is definitely not worth your time caring about ever for the rest of your life. And this dipshit here. So this game's fucking boring, dude. What's so fucking funny is that this game made so many right wingers who will constantly call other games like generic AAA slop, fucking lame goy story bullshit. They will say that about every other game except for this one, even though this one completely falls within that category. This game is railroady as fuck, story as fuck, boring as fuck, whatever. It's just this game exists for you to role play as a wizard in Harry Potter. That's what it exists for. And you know what? Maybe it's good at that, right? But as a video game, it kind of is a bit boring. Now, this Peepa person who's some edgy dipshit was like, I'm gonna play this franchise because I hate people who dislike the franchise. I'm playing this game that I dislike. This post here is saying spending $60 and playing something you dislike to own the libs. It's kind of fucking stupid, right? I'm gonna spend my money and play something I hate to own the libs? That's dumb. You know what I'm gonna do here pretty soon when it comes out in March because they keep moving the fucking release date? Is I plan on doing a rather large scale video project involving Assassin's Creed Shadows. And you know what's really weird is that for whatever problem in my brain I have, I do like Assassin's Creed games. That's a fault of mine, but I like them. So when I buy that video game and play it and record parts of it to make a video in regards to all the fucking nonsense, chud fucking bullshit that's been spewing out ever since the game got announced, I will actually have fun doing so. You know what? That's gonna be the fucking case, you know? This person's just doing it for like content purposes. They're just doing it to make money off this shit. I assume she made more than $60 doing the stream. right? But like, she's obviously doing it because she's trying to get a rise out of people who dislike the game because they dislike the person who owns the franchise itself, J.K. Rowling, which in a way makes her kind of support anti-transgenderism because that's what J.K. Rowling is hated for, because she is rabidly anti-transgender, rabidly so, right? People don't want to buy her products because it pays her, and she uses that money to fucking be anti-transgender and use her public profile to do so, right? So they don't buy the game, and they say, "Hey, if you support transgender people, maybe don't buy the game, whatever." Right? And they said that, and then this fucking dipshit is like, "Oh, these fucking stupid wokeoid fucking queers, they don't want to support Harry Potter game because of trans stuff. I dislike trans people. We should play the game and clown on them or some dumb shit." That's what it was.
Legacy, which is weird because Hogwarts Legacy wasn't even really that anti-woke. It's just that the neo-Marxists have decided that for some reason J.K. Rowling is literally the female reincarnation of Germany Bad Mustache Man.
Because she quite literally is, right? She's a TERF, and she's gone past the TERF to where she supports people like Donald Trump. You know what's really funny is that at one point J.K. Rowling was like a really strong feminist, right? Like, she focused on women's issues, and now she's out here doing lip service for Donald Trump, who, if you know anything about him, is not what you call a feminist, who very proudly talks about sexually assaulting people and dominating them. Something I think every feminist woman would dislike. Crazy, right?
And therefore the game is problematic, and therefore every VTuber who plays it is a pick me.
The game itself isn't problematic, right? People just said, if you don't want to support her financially, don't play it. That's it.
The whole discourse surrounding it and how this word is used is just so completely unhinged and insane that I almost don't even need to point out the logical problems with, or the false dichotomies and bad faith assertions anymore. The
all the Reddit terms, all the soy terms.
Consistency is just so obvious that it practically refutes itself. And if you don't believe me, try searching for the word pick me on the internet and how it's used yourself. It seems to always be used against any woman who does anything nice for a man.
Okay, let's find out. You know what? Sure. Yep. Yeah. Google pick me. And yeah, it's derogatory slang. Congratulations. It's usually used for crab in the bucket scenarios for other women who want to put down other women, right? Congratulations. Sure. Great.
Any woman who sets any kind of standards for herself whatsoever, or just any girl who just does anything at all that the...
Well, I understand it's not supporting her, but like, I'm not... Listen, I don't agree you should boycott a video game because it's a part of a franchise that will benefit some dipshit financially, right? You buying a video game in general probably does give a really bad person money somewhere, right? I don't really think boycotts work too well either. What's really funny, what's so fucking funny, is that the guys who said that like the boycott for Hogwarts Legacy is like stupid and dumb also believe that the boycotts of woke video games is like epic and did a lot of damage. And again, in my last video, I talked about how plenty of woke games that have tons of videos and content and alarmism about it being woke do very well. And maybe the gaming industry, for the most part, is just full of people who don't even understand the political implications of any of the video games they play, and they just like video games as like, as like an entertainment project. Ugh, disgusting. Okay.
The woke left doesn't approve of. That's probably why the smart move is to do what Pippa did.
This is some fucking gay bullshit right here. The women who do things I like are pretty. The one who don't are ugly. Haha, I portrayed you as the soy Wojak. I'm not mad. I got the right picture for it, guys, and everything. Look.
Where she adopted the pick me label for herself as her government name.
That's so fucking gay. Look at this epic-based VTuber. Awesome, epic!
Strongly advise this to any woman who finds herself being called a pick-me. Don't take it seriously. Just laugh and move on. And fortunately, it seems that most VTubers seem to understand this. The haters gonna hate mentality is likely the best move here. And so, what's the real conclusion here? Where am I going with this? And
oh, thank God. What the fuck is it, huh?
The answer to that is that VTubers have accidentally proven that labels like Manic Pixie Dream Girl and Pick Misha are really just crab mentality, which is the if I can't have it, neither can anyone else mentality.
So the Pick Misha stuff, the Pick Me stuff, it's kind of like, okay, I would say that interpersonally, it's kind of dumb, right? Like, this person I know is acting out of character to appeal to some guy she wants to hook up with. she's being a pick me. I mean, that's an interpersonal opinion, right? That's not my fucking business. When it comes to the ethics surrounding a person doing an entertainment live stream, they aren't being pick me's at all. You're not using the right fucking term. They're doing a show. They're performing for people, right? They're appealing to an audience. That's it. That's all it ever has been. If someone classifies them as that on Twitter, then they're also being dumb. But you're being dumb because you also work with that. As for Manic Pixie Dream Girl, they aren't even fucking similar. Because Manic Pixie Dream Girl is a character written by one person or one or two people, right? For an express purpose. VTubing is just a performance, usually led by one person, the person doing the performance. I'm not sure if they have writers or not, or they have some sort of support network if they're big ones and such, but like, for the most part, no. And you know what? What's funny is that in some cases, a lot of certain types of celebrities, especially from parts of East Asia, do have writers, right? Do have coordinators who demand them act a certain way to fulfill the needs of a male audience. Have you ever heard of the K-pop industry or the J-pop industry, where women are constantly micromanaged, so they can't have certain things, they can't have even certain freedoms within their contracts, when they have to present a fucking sexist, idealized form of a person in order to satisfy this shitty fucking audience they have that will go insane if it happens. You know, it's really funny. Another anime deep cut. So the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, right? There's the lead actress. Hang on. Right, Maya Sakam. Not you. What the fuck? There we go. Ugh. Aya Hirano, right? Aya Hirano. She was a big up and up anime actor, right? She was a great actress. She also had a music career, right? She sang a song, or a couple. Actually, she sang these songs in the anime, and they're really good songs she sung. But you know what happened? She apparently revealed that she had been at some point having casual sex with like boyfriends and, you know, fucking like men she was into. And that fucking ruined her career because she wasn't meeting this pedicured fucking standard of what a woman should be in 2000s Japan as a celebrity, right? Her fucking career went out the fucking window. We didn't have any more fucking Haruhi Suzumiya anime afterwards, except for some of the spin-off stuff, but that was a bit later. But you know what I mean, right? As it turns out, even performances like this can have a lot of sexist control over it. It's crazy, right?
It's a very bizarre and toxic psychological phenomenon where people will try to undermine the success of others. Because one thing that's interesting about VTubers is, again, I'm talking about mostly
I think her name is Aya Hirano.
Successful VTubers here. A lot of the—
You know what? Fuck it. Hang on. Yep. Okay. Public image. Yep. In 2010, Hirano drew criticism from her anime otaku fan base when she openly discussed her dating and sex life on the variety show Goat Temps Nouveau, as well as the implication she was abandoning voice acting in favor for a career in mainstream entertainment. In early 2011, an acquaintance of Lantis employee leaked that Hirano had sexual relations with 3 of her band members, leading to dismissal of all 4 of them. In August 2011, Japanese magazine Bubka published photos of the affair. The incidents caused several fans to destroy her merchandise and create petitions to remove her from her role in Kizu Monogatari and sending fucking death threats. Hirano stopped posting on Twitter in 2013, allowing her team's user account as information channel. In 2022, Hirano stated on Twitter that she still receives death threats whenever she does voice acting work for anime, and cites as a reason why she has largely stepped away from anime voice acting. Jesus fucking Christ. Crazy, right? Fucking crazy. Man, ain't that fucking something, huh? Ain't that something? I'm not saying this guy, that was a gotcha or anything for this guy, right? But I'm trying to point out that, like, even within this media career, people can get fucked over like that, you know, for not meeting a weird, crazy standard, right? For having these managed careers and such. Not at this moment, right now I am probably hundreds, if not thousands of miles away from where you are physically located.
these girls actually make pretty decent money. They don't make as good of money as some people think they do, but for any girl who managed to hit around 100k followers, it can become a pretty stable upper middle class income. And the girls who manage to hit a million can also hit the 7-figure mark in their income as well, which is kind of the bizarre irony of the situation. I've often said the biggest problem with modern feminism isn't so much that it defends women's rights, but rather the problem is it doesn't really defend women's rights. It instead tries to entitle women with rights that have nothing to do with property rights, as a form of
what the fuck is this gay nonsense? Women's rights are not like property rights.
Weird gender socialism to convince women that they're always the victim. You know, going back to the victim-oppressor dichotomy of the whole neo-Marxist ideology. And yet here they are shaming successful women because some of those successful women are turning against the woke brigade.
By the way, this is just like small apples. Okay, this is not small apples. What's the fucking term for it? This is fucking like this is nothing. This is not disproving woke ideologues, right? The woke people aren't talking about VTubers being like these evil fucking maniacal masterminds trying to, you know, fucking tear down feminism, motherfucker.
Really shows just how toxic the ideology is. But perhaps the worst part about this isn't really something to do with VTubers specifically, and instead just manifests as general bad dating advice directed at young women. If I were to look at both the red pill manosphere and compare it to, say, female dating strategy, one could attempt to argue that, oh, they're both equally bad, they're two sides of the same coin. But that's not actually true, because the red pill community at least gives men basic, decent advice, even if it really can be a little bit misogynistic.
That's because men can very easily, unfortunately, in society, not take care of themselves. Women tend to be raised in ways due to patriarchal standards, to take care of themselves far more than men do, right? Like, yeah, hey, men, you shouldn't spend all day on the couch, and maybe go for a walk every now and then to keep your heart rate up, you know? Maybe that. Yeah, Shmoo, if you ask him to find that, he might just start doing the JQ, okay? At times. At best, he will just say it's just woke or whatever. He will just circle back around to keep calling things Marxist or whatever, like or make it some sort of like weird libertarian property theft thing. But worst case and maybe most likely case, he would just eventually be forced to say it's JQ.
For example, when Andrew Tate says that you should lift and that men should be constantly improving themselves, he's correct. Some of the other things he says may be questionable.
I can say that too. Am I also an epic manosphere guy who should be listened to by every man on the planet? Yes.
But the basics of the advice is correct, which is that you need to be constantly striving to be the best version of yourself that you can possibly be. Because that,
by the way, that worldview kind of can have negative effects on you, right? Like, hey, always be constantly striving to be the best person you can be, but you know, there are limits. You shouldn't be trying to hurt yourself. Ever seen the movie called Whiplash?
Way you're focusing on what you have to give, which in turn increases your value.
But this guy's libertarian, just like Vivek Ramaswamy, so he'll probably thinks Whiplash is a cool movie about a guy getting really good at playing the drums, and there's no negative downsides to it.
You in the dating marketplace, or just makes you a higher value partner in general. And you see that within pretty much all of the red pill community. Constantly improving oneself is always a part of the message. And yet when you look at the advice given to young women in places like female dating strategy, or pretty much
more AI, I can't even find a picture of a woman screaming, so I have to make one up with a fucking shitty data center miles away from me.
Any dating advice from a sort of neo-Marxist woke feminist lens, this angle of self-improvement doesn't really exist. Going back to how Ho Maths puts it, it's stuck at stage 3. They're stuck in the mindset of thinking of relationships only in the context of what you can get out of them. And so the self-improvement element is
Misty is Cave Johnson, right?
Largely missing from their advice. There's a little bit of it, but it's a drop in the bucket in a sea of entitlement. For example, what is a high-value woman? Well, according to them, a queen. And what is a queen? Well, it's a woman who already knows that she's high value. And if that sounds like circular reasoning, well, because it is. And therefore...
So he's just doing the boys still do things better than girls thing. It's just so gay. Like, yeah, they're both fucking stupid, right? And notice how you're not talking about, like, all the fucking, like, weird alpha male bullshit they talked about. No, it's dumb. Like, I could just go on that subreddit, female dating strategy, and find a post where people say, like, you should do your nails right, or you should keep in shape. And then, boom, what? Okay, actually, you know what? Maybe female dating strategy is beneficial to women, huh? How about that?
For the queens to deserve high-value men because they just do. And if you're a woman and you dare question that, and you try to think about what you can do to improve...
the same image, but a different generation.
...yourself, well then, you guessed it, you're a pick-me. Do you question the narrative that all the...
This is so fucking dumb.
Evil straight white males are in fact a bunch of bastards?
Does he talk about VTubers again in this video? That's all I want. The answer is no. Okay, well, thank you. Fantastic. Good job. Great job. Awesome. Cool. Alright, so, gang, we now have our next video, which is not this guy, thank God, who wasted our time and didn't talk about VTubers as much as I want him to, because that would be really funny, but he didn't because, frankly, I don't think this guy is super into VTubers. He just sees the news about them and then use clips from them, you know? I mean, I'm not into VTubers either, but I'd like to see what a VTuber-obsessed person would have to think about this subject, more so than just some, like, dipshit libertarian. So, next. I don't know. I don't have my dislikes. Fucking dislike all my videos all you want, dude. I don't give a shit. You're helping the algorithm. Go nuts. Okay. This next video is gonna be fucking painful. Alright? Because it's not about libertarians. It's not about right-wingers. It's about leftists. It's about the DSA. It's about a certain DSA convention from 2019. And it's about how maybe we should maybe tone down some of the wokeness. I'm sorry. Not tone down wokeness, but tone down some of the weird preferentialness people have about things. You probably know what this is already. This was a infamous DSA meeting from 2019 where basically they couldn't get a single fucking word in edgewise during it. If it's the right one I think it is.
Thank you.
Is it? Do I see the lady? This guy's fucking... Ah, fuck this. Wrong video. There's a guy commentating on it. Nonsense. Wait, is there? Is this guy commentating?
Says that, you know, hey guys.
Yeah, he is. Fucking fuck you. Hang on. I'll get a good video soon. Hang on. This is not lowbrow fruit. Okay, I've not given my opinions on this subject yet. Afterwards, I will never watch it again. I see. Find this shit, dude. Because it is kind of also sometimes funny. Fucking Mitch Hollow. Who gives a fuck? I can't watch the whole damn thing. But this one's 12 minutes long, sure.
In Sacramento, he, him.
Okay. Alright. 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 Alright, here's the thing, right? The DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, it's a political party. For the most part, they don't really do much. They maybe influence local elections. And you know what? Sometimes they do it in favor of the Democrats. Sometimes they're actually kind of effective. Sometimes they're not. The big issue with them is that they got really big around 2019, 2020, and during COVID because there was a big push for Bernie Sanders' campaign in 2019 and for a big push for a populist left movement, right? So they got really big and they've kind of stayed a bit big since then, but like big in like terms of being a known entity, because beforehand they were not a known entity at all. The way they work is that they're pretty decentralized, right? You have DSA chapters within X or Y city or county or area. Some chapters are very effective, some aren't. It just depends, right? For the most part, the issue of the DSA is that people join it to make friends and to do social activities. They don't join it to do politics, and that kind of leads to problems. But at the same time, they also have other issues, and we'll get to that in this video. So this, I will say as much, there is a full video of the entire convention. It's, for the most part, very boring and not about anything interesting. This is a highlight reel, I guess, from YouTube. It's 12 minutes long, so it's condensed. They might be leaving things out. If they leave something out and it gives better context, I apologize. But I do remember watching this. I do remember that it is generally pretty ridiculous. So.
If you are standing up, could you please sit down and get into a seat so that so there aren't so many people moving around? And then let me consult the people who are counting. So everyone who is not a counter, take a seat. Take a seat. Everyone on the walls, take a seat so that we can count.
So this is the first problem, is that you shouldn't do this whole, like, everyone sit down, please, it's time to be serious about politics again thing by, like, going to the podium and saying, everyone sit the fuck down. No, you should have people walk around and ask people if they want to sit for the conference. Hello, hey, welcome to the DSA. We're gonna have a conference. Could you please just step right over here and have a seat? You're gonna begin pretty soon. And if you could also please keep the noise level down while we discuss our panel. You could do that. Hi, this video is a DSA conference from 2019 that displays all the problems that past forms of American leftism needs to shed away. One of which is not being properly professional, which in this case is this lady just yelling at everyone to sit down at her conference instead of having people sort it out while she focuses on the fucking task at hand. Because here's the thing, people don't take you seriously when you're this person, okay? They don't. You're gonna be an authoritative voice. You don't become that by yelling at everyone to take you seriously right now and stop talking. You get other dipshits who aren't the authoritative voice to go do that for you, right? It's, you know, fucking separate your fucking delegate to people else besides you. Easy as. But again, the issue is that I don't think these people are, you know, not bad people, okay? They aren't doing anything wrong in my opinion. They are just fucking up right now, and it's not, I don't think it's even their fault, right? I think these people just didn't have the experience necessary for this job, and I might be wrong on that, on these people personally, right? But like, if they appear incompetent to the layperson, which is what this is doing, it's pretty bad, and they should get someone who doesn't appear incompetent to do this. All right.
When there's so many people moving around, it's very difficult to count. Right.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum?
Okay, so first thing, it is fine to be a person who can have problems with sensory overload. That's perfectly fine. I've known people like that before in my life. They don't do well in crowds. The issue, I know, the issue is that when you're like that, you should understand that maybe you shouldn't go to the big conference with lots of people in one small room who are all not paying attention and will all be doing things that you think could be sensory overload. So maybe you should not be there. You know what's really funny is that in this conference, they have a remote viewing session. They have a remote session room you can go to, which is smaller, less people. You can go there because some people don't want to be in the big crowd. Some people are, you know, they think they might get sick or whatever. That's it. Simple as. I'm not saying this guy's a bad person for pointing out right now. I'm saying that this guy should probably be told that, you know, it's a big room, get fucking real. Well, not like on the stage, but someone should go up to him and say, hello, yes, if you want to go view it somewhere else, we have places that are, you know, smaller, more accommodating. Here's the thing, right? You can't be doing this when you're trying to do, like, mass politics, because people don't do this in public, right? You're doing this because it's a safe space to do so, and that's great. I'm happy for you. But at the same time, this is being recorded, and people are going to know this. And you want to engage with this, you got to deal with it. Also, like, maybe it is your fault. Maybe you should understand that if you're in a giant fucking room with 100, 200 fucking people, they're all going to be talking and doing things besides paying in perfect fucking stock still attention to the person at the podium. Maybe just chill out and recognize that maybe if you're uncomfortable being here, then fucking leave and watch it on a television, which you're allowed to fucking do. God damn it.
It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Okay.
Oh god, they also say comrade. Fuck!
Okay, is there a speaker against name, chapter, pronoun?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
All right, so okay, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, but the term "you guys" is not meant to gender people. It is just a word you use to say a group, usually in some sort of endearing fashion. Thank you, Miss C. You're too kind. You're way too kind. I almost feel like it's LARP. I almost feel like this person is a fucking psyop or a fed, but they're not. It's true. People will act like this. People will do shit like this. And they're not a bad person for doing this. It might be just be their damage. And you know what? That's fine for them. But at the same time, you're an adult. They're all adults in this room, I hope. They shall understand that, like, when they say guys, they don't mean, hey, you, trans person who might not identify as a guy, I'm calling you a man right now. Ha ha. They're not doing that. They're not fucking doing that. They're just saying, hey, pals, hey, fellas, what's up? Let's do this socialism. That's what they're fucking doing, motherfucker. Come on. And this was, again, another bad look, but you shouldn't excise this person from your group. You shouldn't do that. You should have a cordial, professional conversation. And if they really can't handle that, then maybe then accommodate. But at the same time, don't allow this in your big auditorium. You do the big panel, you end it, you cover things, you improve or change based on what people have to say about feedback. That's what feedback is for. Feedback is not for the immediate process of the fucking thing. It's so fucking stupid. That's dumb, Missy. That's just a fucking dumb reason to get banned from anything.
Okay. We have a lot of disabled comrades, and a lot of those are invisible disability. First of all, in this room...
Okay, that's just a true fact. What's wrong with that? What was he saying?
I see that no one's clapping for me. It could be because I'm not engaging, but it also is because everyone's doing this. And that's really important, because those loud bursts of noise, even though this is a noisy space, when we can do something like reducing that, that's really important. So please don't clap, shoot up these.
Again, that's fine. You know what that is? That's them improving. That's not really embarrassing. That's just a thing they do to be inclusive. That's whatever. I don't think a person will see that and go, this is fucking embarrassing, bro. You know what they see it's embarrassing is the guy stopping everything in their tracks to complain about something, right? That's what's embarrassing. That's not embarrassing. That's just saying up some ground rules in a professional-ish manner, okay? Maybe you could word it a bit better, but, this was 6 years ago. You call a guy a fascist in the DSA or in a server?
And additionally, with the noise issue, like avoid hissing, avoid waving banners, right? If you don't know what to do, show up these, right? I'm sure there's lots of ways that we can communicate to each other without needing to...
Also, while the DSA themselves can handle doing that within their own meetings and their own conventions, that's fine. If you want to do anything besides this, you should be prepared to hear clapping. And you shouldn't be angry about that. Again, this is their meeting. They control it. They can do whatever the hell they want for it. And they're doing it in this specific jazz hands thing is fine.
Rely on something that's going to hurt somebody else. We have quiet rooms that are available. There's a range of...
Holy fucking shit, guys. Did you hear there's quiet rooms available? Was the guy... Maybe the problem is the guy who stopped everything earlier didn't know about that. So it could be their fault for not actually telling him about the shit, but, maybe it's not. We don't know.
Options of these, right? On 7, there's one that has video but no sound, if you still want to be able to observe the convention, but the sound is an issue. There's also on Piedmont 8, a completely quiet room. One thing to note there, please don't go into that space with anything that's like an aggressive scent, for instance, right? Because that's going to be difficult for people. Don't talk to cops. Don't talk to MAGA assholes. We're almost there. Just but thank you.
That's generally good advice, though. I mean, I thought the MAGA asshole, but that's like fun. That's like fine, though. They're talking about like protest behavior, which is, if you're protesting, you don't talk to counter protesters and you don't talk to cops. It's pretty easy.
Quick point of privilege once again. Hi, James Jackson, Sacramento DSA, he, him.
Again, if this guy's a fucking repeat offender, get somebody to talk to him off to the side, please. God damn it.
I have already asked people to be mindful of the chatter of their comrades who are sensitive to sensory overload, and that goes double for the heckling and the hissing. It is also triggering to my anxiety. Like, the be comradely isn't just for, like, let's keep things civil or whatever. It's so that people aren't going to get triggered and so that it doesn't affect their performance as a delegate, okay?
After that, we're going to
God damn it.
Go through adopting the rules. So with that, everyone, we're going to start voting. So let's take a deep breath. Great. And so I'm going to welcome Brian to give the credentials report.
Hi, everybody. Brian Laverne, he, him from Houston.
And now we're going to...
Well, okay, so giving out your pronouns in a DSA convention is fine. If anything, it's just you helping out random people, so that's fine.
Move on to the resolutions and
Very
amendments
brief.
committee.
Very brief point of information. If you are using a microphone, talk into it directly like I am right now, and do not wave your face back and forth because people cannot hear you. That is all.
Okay.
Right now, if you are using...
Was she doing that?
Very...
Hi, everybody.
Who gives a fuck? That's just backseat paneling, dude. Come on.
That is all.
Okay.
That's
Awesome.
just backseat paneling, bro. Come on.
Thank you for the pointers. Yes. Could someone please run a mic to the comrade in the jean jacket, of which there are many?
I simply had a question.
Sorry, could we? Thank you. We are debating the amendment to the committee report, and that amendment is to swap six of the the amendment is to take 6 different delegates to recognize 6 different delegates from East Bay from.
That's just her fucking up, but maybe she's not used to doing a big panel show, but you have notes, you can look down and look at the notes and then talk up,
what the committee report says. Great.
Point of clarification here on what we're actually...
Could you get to the mic, please?
So point of clarification in that the chair gave a report. There was a verbal second from the audience on the report of which was given, and then there was a motion for an amendment to that. What are we actually talking about at this point, and then what is the vote going to be?
Thank you.
We need to be very clear about the work that we are trying to do. It is important.
So in voting yes, are we voting to
Yes. Yeah. So voting yes
uphold the delegates?
No. So voting yes means that you want the substitute 6 delegates to be seated instead of the delegation that is outlined in the credentials committee report.
Thank you.
Does that make sense? No.
Right, so
okay, we'll say they are doing this vote panel thing. It's a bit word soupy. It's a bit fucking word soupy, I'll say that much, but I don't know what the fuck they're voting for either.
if you agree with what the report recommended, then you should... I'm just asking. I'm trying to understand what...
Voting yes means that you are supporting the challenge to the East Bay delegation.
Point of privilege. Can I reiterate that we, for the sake of our comrades who have sensory issues, refrain from hissing, loudly shouting out your opinion on a vote, or waving banners and signs that reflect your vote in front of people?
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so now, is there any further debate on the credentials committee report?
Point.
Hold on. Point of order. Yep.
Thank you. So,
sorry. What's your name and
my
your...
name is Trey. I use they, them, and he, him pronouns. I'm from Memphis. Thank you for asking. Nice to meet you.
I don't know what the hissing is. I don't know what the fuck that means. People are hissing? Why are they hissing? You're not helping out, the whole, stupid people are transitioning into cats, lie about that shit when you're hissing at your DSA convention. But that was after this anyway, so.
Sorry.
Nice to meet you.
I had a question. So, Nick? Jack? What is his name? Or what is their name? Nick J. They were elected as an at-large delegate before they resigned. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, then never mind.
Now, we are going to...
Point of information, could you please let us know how many delegates there are?
Anyone know that? Hold on 1 second. Do you know that?
Maybe they should know this too.
I believe 1,057.
Oh,
Thank you. Hi,
okay,
I am
never mind.
NDP from Los Angeles, they, them pronouns. Could I please ask the chair to, there was a previous point of privilege about waving around signs, that it is distracting to other comrades. I have autism. This is distracting to me. I would like to ask our fellow delegates, please, to not wave around your signs, especially during voting.
Come on, man. Come on. Okay, yeah. Anyways, you get the gist, right? This is the old wokeness. I'm talking about the new wokeness, and that's calling conservatives gay retards. NDP, gross, right?
Awesome. And now we are going to move into... hold on 1 second.
Yes,
okay,
tell them to fucking wait.
So we are a bit behind schedule.
Okay, well that was basically it. Thank God. Oh, ew, fuck off. The last thing.
In a time when
I just wanted to see if this is anchor enough. Not, then that's it.
we are almost fighting Satan, and Satan being Trump. You know.
I mean, OBS disconnected, reconnecting. That's stupid. Okay, thank you, OBS. Whatever. They do shit like that, right? And it gets some pretty good views. And like they've been doing this shit for like a long period of time now, and they haven't really done anything in terms of like help anyone politically change their minds. No, I think the stream, the OBS like disconnected. Yeah, OBS disconnected. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just fucking OBS. Anyways, Jubilee does these like fucking clickbaity political videos. They're usually nonsense. This one though, it is something a bit different. A bit different. It's progressives versus moderate Democrats. All right, progressives versus moderate Democrats, and I just want to see what these people talk about, huh? That's why I want to know. Just how progressive and how moderate are these people? What do they disagree with? What are the funny things they'll say? Let's just see, huh? Let's just see. Also, I'm not sure if Jubilee copyrights their videos. They shouldn't. It's on YouTube. If it is, then I'll just jump off the nearest cliff.
Step forward if you agree with the prompt. The far left made us lose the election.
Oh, fuck no. Oh, not this question. Fuck. This will get me fucking angry. Go for it. Okay, good. Thank God.
In the interviews, I did have a lot of people agree.
Ooh. Oh, what? Oh, these fucking, okay.
Show yourself.
Okay.
Step up. Let's go.
Oh, yes. Yes. Do it, Howard. All the liberals.
Okay. It's a kind of a big accusation to say that they made us lose the election. Yeah. I think there are elements on the far left that contributed to like a sort of an optics that made us look a little bit more extreme than we actually were. So in that way, yeah, of course there was a little bit of contribution there. Was it the sole reason why? Of course not, no.
Yeah, I think it's...
This was made 3 weeks ago.
Pretty nuanced if you looked at it as like a pie graph.
So it's... I think it's right before Trump became president. Yeah.
70% is because of the far left agenda. I think there's just too many Americans that are too close to the center. And, you know, I don't have issues per se with what is considered the far left agenda, but the big issue is if it's costing us national elections and the House of Representatives and the Senate and the Supreme Court and the White House, we have to make some adjustments.
Yeah.
I really think that
optics are important because
Oh
I
no,
don't know how it is
optics,
for everyone.
optics
But personally,
frogging.
when I would go on my
No.
TikTok or like any social media, I would see a lot of like Kamala HQ videos and a lot of things from like the Democratic Party, and it was giving a lot of like far left ideology, like viewpoints, and the way it kind of portrayed itself. And it is good to rally up like support and stuff, but it also, I feel like, isolates those who do care about other issues such as the economy and other things like that. It turns people off because I think at the end of the day, we have to acknowledge that like there is a stereotype when it comes to the Democratic Party, and it's unfortunate, but when people see things that align with that stereotype, it ultimately kind of hits us back a bit. Not to say that there's not stereotypes everywhere, but
Okay, so to all three of those people. Wait, what's this? Yup. Never mind, video over. Fuck! Damn it. They do copyright them. What a fucking shame, right? Fucking Jubilee bastards. What does it say there? One moment here, folks. Let me get something up. I'm gonna look at this. Fortunately, I do think that was copyrighted. Let me just cut to the screen real fast. Sorry. Or just go back black void real fast. What does it even say? Come on. Heads up, we've detected video among someone else. You may be temporarily blocked. That's fucking gay. Well, good thing it was caught at least. I knew it. Fucking bastards, dude. Okay, are we still up though? You guys still here? I'm just checking. That was a damn shame. I wanted to go over that stuff. There's some pretty good shit there. Bastards. That's fine. That's fine. I did have a plan B in case it didn't pan out. Let me just. Fucking. God damn it. My fucking god. I know he made one, but like, so Hassan does stuff with Joe Rogan's clips, and I know for a fact Joe Rogan is copyrighted, and Bosch knows he's copyrighted, so he doesn't touch his stuff. So, and those channels are definitely bigger than mine. Yeah, fucking Jubilee bastards. All right, where did I put that? So, do you think Pod Save America is copyrighted? Their YouTube clips. Do you think they are? Because, well, this might be older, and by older I mean this like happened literally only 2 months ago, maybe almost 3. It will engender the same amount of anger that I would have. Or is there anything else better than that? I'm trying to think right now. I didn't really have a plan B. I lied. I know, right? It fucking sucks, dude. You know what? Fuck it. Hang on. You know what? Because of YouTube, I am now no longer gonna cry about fucking liberals. I'm gonna go back towards hitting the Republicans. Where is it? But is that gonna be entertaining? It might not be. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck everything. I'm going dark rogue. Fuck it. Yeah. All right. Well, I mentioned him last time on my video and also on my stream, but I want to see his opinions on this. I apologize for further subjection of you people to chuds, but it's just gonna have to happen. I'm sorry, because this is gonna be interesting to me in the future here, because I want to really get a baseline on what these people think and say about this video game before it comes out. And you all know the smartest people on the planet are people like the person in this video here. Let me just get window capture up in there. Right, this person here is what we'd call part of the conservative intelligentsia. He is a scholar, and I want to see what his problems are with Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? Now, personally, it is really dumb to talk about the game as a game right now because it's not fucking out. You can talk about trends of Ubisoft, and I get it. Ubisoft makes some fucking stinkers all the fucking time. But, like, you know, on an empirical level, you don't know. You can only predict. But when it comes to other things about the game, like its setting or the characters inside of it, you can make discernments on that. You can make judgments on that. And I want to. Alright. We're still live. This might be the last thing I do in the stream. Okay. And again, I apologize ahead because this guy kind of fucking sucks, but, you know, last minute and all. Fuck this fucking cunt. Yeah. Ubisoft revenues decline 31.4%, 99 million. Now, will you be surprised if I look this up and find out that it means something way different than what Asmongold thinks it'll mean? Would you be surprised about that? Ignore the mouse. It's not on that window. This is a GamesIndustry.com article. I know. So, according to the article, despite the decline in year-on-year net bookings for quarter 3, Ubisoft still said this was a predicted decline. And they still are optimistic, but that's their job to be optimistic. Right? But if you, like, go on, like, actual discussions of this article here, like on r/games, yeah. Listen, Ubisoft is a fuck-up studio, right? They've fucked up a lot. They've made bad games, and they've made fucking flops as of late, right? That's true. But I want to hear what this guy has to say about why it happened, and I want to discern that from what's actually wrong with the game industry. About his fucking gay theatrics and his fucking disgusting fucking peasant face. Imagine watching this fucking creep, like, earnestly. How fucking disgusting.
That's a lot of money. Losing 30 fucking percent. So
you can't even read right.
It declines by 31% to under $1 billion. That's insane.
That's 1 billion euros, by the way, not dollars, but sure.
So
French.
Ubisoft has regained the financial
he can't read.
Released the financial results of the 9 months ending in December 31st, 2024, reporting significant declines. Oh boy. In revenues and net bookings. The firm remains optimistic, however, with the upcoming release of Assassin's Creed Shadows. Pre-sales of the title are reportedly to be tracking solidly and on par with the franchise's second highest earner, Odyssey. Didn't they say that about Star Wars Outlaw?
Did they? Let's find out, gang. Did they? Oh, boy. First off, can you imagine the franchise AP game will make a lot of money? Crazy, right? Ah, man. Nope. Not on the Wikipedia page, at least. No, they were not the same number as Assassin's Creed Odyssey. In fact, they're way worse. So cool, he's lying.
Like,
Cool,
I don't
next.
know, guys. I feel like we've been hearing this a lot, and I don't know what to say. Yeah, Odyssey would be so good. Yeah, what is this? The numbers. So revenue is down by 31%. Net bookings are down by 34%. Digital net bookings are down by 33%. Back catalog net bookings are only down by 27%. Oh my God. Despite a... Wait, so this is a total of 51.8% decline? Oh my God.
He's also playing this up. He doesn't know what these numbers mean, but that's whatever.
The decline year on year in net bookings for Q3.
God, he's ugly.
Ubisoft highlighted that this was in line with its revised and then they created a very, very high net worth for their company that then they were unable to capitalize on afterwards because of how predatory the content was. So, no, I don't think this is me being short-sighted. I think this is the outcome of them being short-sighted. And also, like, are we really going to expect... So, Assassin's Creed Shadows, let's see how much sales is it going to make. So revenue is going to be 31,000. So let's assume that Assassin's Creed Shadows is going to be one third of their total revenue. So it basically.
So let's see how much Assassin's Creed Odyssey made. If it's gonna be the same as that, that's the logical fucking conclusion you'd come to. Okay. Oh Christ, why am I giving this guy so much attention? Okay. Yeah, he's dumb. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Anyways, so AC Odyssey sold like 10 million units by March 2020. 2 years after it released, which is not bad actually, but yeah, I mean, it was sold at the end. So it's more like a year-end type of sale there. I think most of his money was made by like microtransactions compared to the previous Assassin's Creed there. But like, I assume it was a success, right? Yeah, it was the third best-selling game in October 2018 behind COD, Black Ops 4, which would always sell well, and Red Dead 2, which obviously would sell well. So like, it'll probably make a decent amount of money. In fact, ACL Valhalla, their last game, made them $1 billion fucking dollars.
It has to go to, if it's down by 31%, so we're looking like a $1.2 billion difference, right? I think 45. 45
I want to hear his opinions.
40, right? Assassin's Creed Valhalla made over $1 billion. How many copies did it sell? It sold over 20 million copies. So if it is on track to the sales, it can actually... Oh, no, Mirage. No, they didn't say that. They compared it to Valhalla. Let's scroll up and look at it again together.
Read the Odyssey, you fucking oh my God, sure.
Where is it?
He can't read. He's stupid.
Oh, Odyssey. I'm glad we looked at it together.
God, what a fucking moron.
$10 million copies. So if it sells over... Okay, so it sold over 10 million copies worldwide. And I would also assume that when Assassin's Creed Odyssey came out, what was the year that it was released? Actually, why am I even asking this? I can only just click on it. 2018. So I'm also going to assume that Assassin's Creed Odyssey probably had less microtransactions than Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which would assume that... And I would check out the other sales, and then and down and the other one's going up. Green is good to a fair shake. And if Assassin's Creed Shadows is a good game, I'll be the first person to tell you.
Sure. Okay, that was a bad video. Fuck! Whatever. whatever. Stream ruined. I blame Jubilee. Blame them. I wanted to see him be racist. He wasn't gonna be racist. Don't worry. There'll be plenty of racists later on. I need to find more chuds. I can't just keep dipping into the same pot, man. I can't watch every Mentis Wave video. They're boring. I want to hear that guy talk all day, you know? Regardless, it is getting late. And I do have work tomorrow on a Saturday of all fucking days. So, that's the end of the stream. I'm sorry to end it with seeing this man's face. But, yeah, in fact, here, I'll just make him go away. Okay. Anyways, thanks for watching. It was a great stream, like always. Thanks for donating, Misty. It was crazy. It's insane. Thank you so much. But, in general, yeah. You guys have a good night. Enjoy your weekend. Bye.